Sound check one, sound check one.
Good morning. Welcome to General Issues Committee meeting for Wednesday, September the 10th. We do have quorum, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Just a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function. In council chambers with me is Councillor McMeekin, Pauls, Alex Wilson, Kassar, Taddison, Beattie, Kretsch, Clark, and Maureen Wilson. Online with me is Councillor Nan and Councillor Matt Francis. So let's move on. We got a very full agenda today. So I'm hoping to keep us all in line and on time and that sort of thing. So Madam Clerk, can you advise us on any items to be included in this agenda?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. 2 withdrawn delegations, items 6.1 and 6.4A, 2 added delegations for item 8.9, and 2 respecting item 9.1. Item 8.10 listed as to be distributed has been added and has been moved to item 7.3. 8.6 has been revised, and there's 1 added private and confidential item, 11.6.
Okay, thank you very much. So just for committee, please take a note at item 11.6 in the private and confidential. That was added a little last minute. We will have to do some shenanigans later on. So make sure that you do that quick little read before we get there. So thank you. Shenanigans, S-H-E-N. So, all right, so may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on this agenda, please? Councillor Nan.
Thank you. No changes to the agenda. I do have to leave for a Ward 3 event for 40 minutes and we'll be returning to GIC.
So let's count that under declarations of interest. Thank you so much. Excellent. No other discussions? May I please have a show of hands? All in favor? Looks like that's everyone, so that carries. Moving on to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest beyond what Councillor Nan has already said? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to approval of minutes. This is for July 30th, 2025. May I please have a mover and a seconder to adopt the previous minutes, please? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on these minutes? Seeing none, this is a show of hands vote, so may I please have your vote? Looks like everyone, that carries. Thank you. So we are moving on to delegations. So before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. A note for our delegates is that you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation and you will hear a tone after the 4-minute mark and you will have an additional minute to finish up. If, however, you are beyond that time, we will start to cut your mic and we will have to ask you to stop your delegation. So 6.1 has been withdrawn. We'll move to 6.2. This is Anne, who is respecting housing and homelessness in person. So Anne is here. So Anne, come on up to, or you can stay right there too if you wanted to sit, but you can come up to the podium. You're welcome to.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My middle name is Anne. I do charity work for the homeless for about 30 years. And as you know, I'm the one that's been sending you all the emails for the last 2 years on a proposal on how to solve the homeless. I had asked to speak on 6 different topics, 5 minutes each, and I wasn't told that I can only do 5, so I haven't had time to narrow it down. I was actually rushed to the hospital. And then I went blind. Sorry. So I apologize that nothing's prepared, but I can show you and do a few of the topics that I need to explain how important it is. In the East End, there's a lot of suffering homeless, and I understand you did the encampments or into the 80 micro shelters, shipping containers, and HATS isn't placed yet, but HATS needs to be placed. There are people suffering, there are people dying. One girl just came out of jail. She's been on drugs for so long, and she was so clean. She looked clean and not dirty, and she was bright and vibrant. And I said, what do you want to do in your life? She said, I want to go back to school. But if she stayed on drugs that night, she would be on drugs, and then her whole life and the time she got clean in jail would be all wasted. We called the micro shelter to see if they can fit her in. They didn't even care to help or direct or nothing. So she got on drugs that night, and the next time I seen her, her finger was off, cut off, chopped off. She was clearly back on drugs. There's another girl, she's mentally challenged, but still viable, can do stuff, could, go to Tim Hortons, stuff like that. She's not on her medications. They melt in the sun. So a lot of the mentally vulnerable, if they're on medications, they can't take them when they're melted. And she woke up in the middle of the night with a guy on top of her because she sleeps on the cement. Another girl just got raped a month ago at Mario's down the road. And these people, we should be helping them, not telling them and cleaning up encampments so that they don't have a place to sleep. These people are suffering. She ended up banging her head against the wall till she split it open. I had 2 guys come to me crying, big burly guys, and they said, Ann, my options today are drugs and suicide. Today is drugs, but I can't take it no more. They are suffering outside. They need a place to stay. You guys chose the encampments. You guys chose not my backyard. You guys chose to sanction them, and then you guys chose to rip them out again. Rinse and repeat every 3 years. That's not fair to them. They didn't choose all this stuff. These people have already suffered their lives. You can't even imagine the stories that they have, whether they're sold in sex trafficking, or whether this one girl, she was 41, she's never had a Christmas, she didn't even know what a Christmas stocking was or her birthday. She has fetal alcohol syndrome, autism, and brain injury. And she's trying to do well in life, and then we just keep hurting them and hurting them. They need to heal. They need to be in a tiny home. It's been 3 years. You have to place it. You have a lot of property that you can place. Now the shipping containers, I gave them to you guys. The foldable ones from Alibaba, China, they're actually great, but not when you spend $11 million on something that was wrong. They cost $1,300 US. 1870 Canadian. 40 of them would have been $73,000, and you guys spent $11 million. That could have housed the entire homeless. We would have no more homeless. We would have wraparound services. And all that debacle is like, oh, well, lesson learned, but it's not. Somebody in the shipping container I just told died. And in 3 days, I didn't see anything in the paper. And then all of a sudden, the article comes out a couple weeks about 2 deaths in July. What about the one that just happened? It took 2 days for them to find out that the person had died. That's not okay. You guys really have to buckle down and solve this. I am homeless right now myself. I have a rental house of 45 years, and now there's rats. So I can't sleep with rats, and I can't walk with my heart more than 5 feet. So my choice is staying up until I die with my heart. And that's why I ended up in the hospital with my heart. So when they released me, I still have a 74-pound tumor in me that they're not going to do, but I'm going to be dead in a few weeks. There's only one place I can go, which I've asked all of you to help me in. You have to help everybody according to their need. There's one guy who's an empath, and he can't be around people because he picks up on everybody's energy. Does he deserve not housing? You have to think outside the box and solve this.
Thank you,
And I have
Ann.
solutions.
And thank you so much. Your 5 minutes are up now. So if you have one final word, that's all I can allow. So one final sentence or statement that you're trying to make.
Okay, there's 2 things that will help them right now.
So that's one. I'm asking for one, so please.
Okay, so remember the portable mobile hospitals, $300, $1 million, sitting in storage by Mark Carney, not used. You can set that up and put all the homeless in Hamilton in them right now. There's 3 of them.
Thank you.
Not used.
Thank you.
And the other thing was the one you guys already have, when I submitted my proposal to you on the page 2
Okay.
about the putting them on the parking lots, not grass.
Okay,
Right?
thank you.
It's not parks, and they're housed.
Thank you so much, Anne, for your delegation today. Please have a seat and take a rest, okay? Thank you so much, Anne. Are there any questions for this delegate at all? Seeing none, again, thank you so much. I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation, so may I have Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Alex Wilson to receive, and I need this as a show of hands. And that looks like everyone. Thank you, so that carries. We're now moving on to Gloria Nastos. This is respecting public transportation, housing affordability, future of work, modernizing the homeless crisis, access to healthcare, social inclusion, poverty, social assistance, crime and violence, and this is in person. Gloria, so you do have 5 minutes. You will hear a ding at the 4-minute mark, followed by another ding at the 5-minute mark. So if this turns into something that is not necessarily in line with what a normal delegation looks like, I will stop you. So thank you so much, Gloria. Anytime you're ready.
Yeah, I wanted to continue where the first delegate ended on homelessness. It's worse than I thought. I didn't know all those atrocities are happening as if it's a war. When I see the homeless, I can't recognize or, no word comes to my mind. I can't find a word to describe what they're going through. I've never seen that before in a movie, war, anywhere, the level of suffering that they've gotten to. And I think that there should be some prevention in this homeless catastrophe to not get humans to that level of suffering as you see what happens after. It was, as we are aware. And housing is a human right, according to Justin Trudeau when he was talking about this crisis in 2017. And he said that he was going to contribute $40 billion to this crisis. That's more than enough. Information from the city indicates August 2025, there was 2,029 homeless people. And I think that part of that money, I think that there is enough money to, for the homeless crisis in Hamilton to be stabilized. It's just not human. What they're going through is past human ability to manage, cope. And with this fentanyl situation, that medication was intended for animals, animal tranquilizer in the jungle, right? And if it shouldn't be allowed, it's not, so it's used off-label, that's what it's called. And that's what happens when you use it off-label, like you're in the Bermuda Triangle, like things like that happen beyond human ability to understand. It's just, it's a human right to have housing, and from what I see here, you could manage 2,029 homeless to stabilize them. And at what human cost, is just not worth it. So to stabilize them is the only, from research that I've read, stabilization, to give them a home, a stable, foundation to stabilize and realize that they can survive it. This way they don't believe they can survive it, and worse stuff is happening. They're completely mentally out of control. They're not able, when they're put in that situation, that's what happens. That's how they construct. I hope this helps. I die trying to help them. Other humans, that's it.
Thank you so much, Gloria, for your delegation.
You.
If there's any questions for this delegate? Seeing none, may I please have a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation, please? Councillor Crutch, Councillor Cassar, this is a hand vote, so may I have your hand vote, please? Looks like everyone, that carries. Thank you. We are now moving on to 6.4, which is delegations respecting 8.9. This is the report HSC 25015, Hamilton Housing Needs Assessment. Just a note to committee, we will take one vote at the end to receive all of the delegations on this matter. The first delegate has been withdrawn, but we have Carl Andrus from HCBN who is here in person. So Carl, come on down. Up on deck will be James Kemp, and he's virtual. Two days in a row, Carl. Not bad, not bad. Anytime you're ready. And you can move the table thingy up if you wanted to. It's on the right hand, left hand Left-hand side, there's a little button. Yep, you can move it up. There you go. Look at that microphone coming closer to your mouth now. Okay.
Good morning. Happy to be back again before you all. I was yesterday and still am Carl Anders, Executive Director of the Hamilton Community Benefits Network, and I'm excited today to talk about HSCS 25015, the Housing Needs Assessment Report, which is before you, and more broadly about housing in general. I will not delve into the extensive SHS report in Appendix B, which underscores the urgent need for more affordable rental housing across many income deciles, or the increasing ratio of households seeing suppression, an interesting term for being stuck living with your parents. No. Oop. It's Thank you. So, button or? Button. Okay. Through the chair, Councillor Clark, you might remember before the Housing Secretariat and the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap, I stood up here and asked a simple question. If the Canadian government showed up with a dump truck full of cash for housing, do we know how we would spend it? Staff, as some of you might recall, didn't have an answer to that question at that time. In 2022, the Emergency and Community Services Committee launched the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap. Oh my goodness. Back in March 2023, you heard a presentation from Steve Pomeroy, who stated, according to his analysis, the Hamilton Census Metropolitan Area had lost 15,854 units that rented below $750 a month, which is considered affordable for a household income of around $300K a year. You, as a council, acted, invested, and made the bold choice to invest valuable taxpayer dollars towards affordable housing. See if I can do it this time. I did. All right. Since then, the city has made incredible strides tackling the massive housing crisis. You, our leaders, created the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap, passed bylaws, and approved funding that kept hundreds of Hamiltonians in their market rental units, approved and invested hundreds more in units of affordable housing through the budget process. You made dents in the housing wait list, as you can see above me, something that hasn't been done in over a decade. In short, with the limited resources of a municipality, you have all collectively done more in the last few years to tackle the housing crisis than has been done since Harris straddled you all with the problem back in 2003. Not looking too much at you through the chair, Councillor Clark. So, despite the best efforts of staff, councillors then and now, housing continues to be a significant issue for Hamilton. Part of the challenge, I believe, is that we lack a housing master plan. As you all know, every few years, staff bring forward a parks master plan or a recreation master plan, a cycling master plan, a parking master plan, heck, even a pipeline trail master plan. I took a screenshot for you from the City of Hamilton website. However, what I do not see listed up there is a housing master plan. Housing is the single largest challenge each of you will face in your political careers, from shelter space encampments to declining purpose-built rentals, mentioned in the housing needs assessment before you today. Each of you has struggled with the weight of Mike Harris's downloading onto municipalities of housing. You have all the challenges and scant few funding tools to solve them. Today, staff is asking you to unlock one of the main tools municipalities have, a bureaucratic and somewhat dull document known as a master plan. A tool we use so often locally that there is one for recreation trails, public arts, as I mentioned, the pipeline trail, but not for housing. As someone who has been standing up here for far too long, I implore you all to pass the staff recommendations before you today and look at housing with the same urgency you do solid waste management. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor McMeekin, please.
Not a question, Chair, just a comment. Carl, thanks for coming in. I know it's going to be a good day when I come into City Hall and you're the first person I meet. Thanks for showing up as often as you do and for sharing your wise counsel.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you very much, Carl, for your delegation. Up now is James Kemp. James is virtual, so give us a second to just pull down this share screen and then we can see your beautiful face, James.
Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. We can see you. And welcome, Councillor Spatafora.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and members of the General Issues Committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. Firstly, I want to thank the previous delegates, especially Anne. I appreciate the courage for coming out and speaking about these issues. I'm here today to speak regarding report HSC 25015, specifically the housing needs assessment and its lack of accessible housing plans. After reviewing two rather large reports in the appendices, I am struck by a lack of coherent accessibility planning in our housing needs assessment. Accessible housing is a highly specialized and absolutely essential for persons of all disabilities. There are hundreds currently on the accessible housing waitlist for city housing alone. Let's not even mention those on the rent-geared income waitlists. Low barrier or barrier-free housing must be planned for specifically, not just as some hopeful, maybe the developers will actually make accessible units in sufficient quantity, fingers crossed. The survey's results showed 37% of respondents identified with having a disability, yet there is no corresponding effort to see to their needs. Aging in place was mentioned in several places, and this is similar to universal accessible design, which the city adopted this year, but we see no mention of it in this report. The only focus of the report seems to be on the needs of the seniors population. Admittedly, it has similar needs and issues, but they are sufficiently different to warrant a separate mention and future plan. We need more purpose-built accessible housing. Supportive housing is also mentioned, but not only do we have to address the needs for more facilities, we also need to address the current model and how it can be improved. We have already learned that RCF residents are choosing to live unhoused and to remain in supportive housing. This trend has slowed from what I understand due to the aggressive encampment response the city is currently using, but it is still an issue that needs addressing. As to transitional housing, we need more of it and we need it yesterday. Having no home is a soul-destroying experience that gets worse every day they have no place to call their own. Accessible transitional housing is required for several reasons. For those people leaving for long hospital stays, to people leaving prisons, to people being stabilized due to being unhoused, and so on. The Barton and Tiffany lands are a good example of possible options. While we have not yet assessed the accessibility of the property, it is right now stabilizing people and preparing them for the day when we have appropriate housing for them. We need more efforts like this, and we need to be creative. I urge you to find the HATS program a place to set up before the snow falls again. They are ready to serve. Persons with disabilities continue to be the largest growing population of unhoused individuals, and the lack of available, affordable, and deeply affordable accessible housing is a major factor in this. I'm here to point out to members of council and staff that prepared this report that we must do more and make a conscious choice to build the city we want to grow old in. We cannot say we have a roadmap to housing unless it speaks to everyone's needs. While we were mentioned in a few places, the needs of persons with disabilities are not addressed, and we ask that this be rectified. Given the large percentage of respondents with disabilities, why weren't the ACPD, the DJNO, AHA, or the CNIB, just to name a few groups, consulted in the preparation of this report? Nothing about us without us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, James, for your delegation. Speakers list is open right now if there's any questions for James. Seeing none, thank you so much, James. You're welcome to log off. Thank you. At this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations on this item, Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Crutch. This is a show of hands vote, so may I have your vote, please? Looks like everyone. Thank you, that carries. We are now moving on to 6.5, which are delegations respecting 9.1. This is for support for the provincial government and federal government to build correctional facility capacity from the following individuals. So we do have Pam Rayano from the Disability Justice Network, and this is a virtual delegation, please. Pam, are you online? Nope. Okay, we're going on to Kylie Rogers, also a virtual delegate. Kylie, are you online? Okay. No, yes? Kylie, if you are online, please turn on your camera and your... Going back to Pam from the DJNO. Pam, are you online? If you are, please turn on your camera. Okay, so since neither are online, do I still have to receive the delegations? Because they're not here. Okay, so we will continue to move on. We will now move on to item 7, which are items for information. So if there's no objections, because these are items for information, I'm going to lump 7.1 and 7.2 on the floor as a group. So may I have a mover and a seconder to put both of these items on the floor for discussion? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor McMeekin. 7.1, any interest in chatting about the management update for Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry? Councillor Clark, please.
So if I read the report correctly, we still have many recommendations that have not been met from that inquest. So can someone explain to us why that is?
Okay. Acting GM Kennedy, please.
Thank you. Acting General Manager of Public Works, Jackie Kennedy, through the chair. There are several that are still underway. They have all been started and are well underway. The working group checks in routinely and gets updates on each of the items that is still open. So we're tracking towards the completion dates that are included in the report as noted.
And for the public, when do we expect that all of the recommendations will have not only been started, but fully implemented?
Thank you. I'm happy to provide that clarity. It is expected to wrap things up and complete all of the outstanding items by the first quarter of 2026.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on either 7.1 or 7.2? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to a show of hands to receive these items, please. Looks like everyone, so that carries. We're now moving on to 7.3. This is PW 25053, Across Departmental Downtown Revitalization Initiative update. This does include a staff presentation. I do have Director Rael from Transportation here to do said presentation, as well as Director Lisa Abbott from Tourism and Culture. Come
And
on
through you,
down.
Madam Chair, if you're okay with it, I'll give an intro while they're setting
Sure,
up.
please.
Thanks.
City
So
Manager.
through you, Madam Chair, and members of GIC, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to introduce this update on the cross-departmental downtown revitalization initiatives. This work brings together staff from across the city departments. There isn't a city department that doesn't touch this in some way, along with the efforts of community partners to strengthen and enhance the downtown. Our downtown, like many across the country, is still finding its footing after the pandemic, and we've got affordability challenges, social pressures, and economic shifts that continue to shape the environment that we're working in, and of course shapes the downtown. These issues are complex and ongoing, but they also make a focus on the downtown ever more important. And we have seen some meaningful progress downtown. And so I want to acknowledge the hard work and collaboration of our staff and the partners who have helped to get us there. At the same time, we know that there is much more work to do. Revitalizing downtown is a long-term effort, and we're committed to staying focused on that, both for the quick wins as well as the broader systemic challenges that we're faced with. So today, you'll hear an update on this from the team. At a recent GIC meeting, you heard an update on the Downtown Revitalization Strategic Plan, and at that time, there were some questions asked about, but what's happening now? Of course, we can't wait for 10 years, so what can we do today? And so that is the purpose of this, is to illustrate some of the wins that we've had, some of the visible differences that we've seen, and also acknowledge that work has to continue short-term, medium-term, and long-term to bring the downtown to the point where we know it needs to be, because it's the heartbeat of our city. So this report will be a snapshot of that, of where we're at today, and that cross-departmental coordination. And so hopefully you'll see those improvements in the plan ahead. Also want to acknowledge the councillors in the downtown area who have been working tirelessly, some of our partners like the BIAs who put in so much effort to get us there. It's so many partners coming together. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff to walk you through it. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Clucky. Deputy Mayor, the presentation is going to be around 12 minutes, so I just wanted to confirm we're okay with that additional time. Perfect, thank you. So through the chair, good morning. My name is Carolyn Ryle. I'm the Director of Transportation, and joining me this morning is Lisa Abbott, the Director of Tourism and Culture, and we're pleased to be here to present on behalf of the many divisions and directors and staff involved with this initiative. These initiatives represent a coordinated body of work between Public Works, Planning and Economic Development, Healthy and Safe Communities, Transportation, Waste Management, Environmental Services, Tourism and Culture, Housing Services, Municipal Law Enforcement, and Economic Development. All of these divisions are working together to create a cleaner, safer, and a more vibrant place in the downtown for visitors, businesses, and residents. Downtown is the civic and the heart of the city of Hamilton, and its success directly shapes how the city is seen as a place to live, work, visit, and invest in. Our strategy is based and built on 4 key pillars. We've got beautification and cleanliness. We've got tourism, safety, and economic development. Each pillar represents long-standing and emerging challenges within the downtown core, from perceptions of safety and cleanliness to housing and social pressures to the need for more investment in cultural vibrancy. By working together across all the different departments and divisions, we can take a more coordinated, proactive, and sustainable approach to the revitalization. Today is an update on all of the coordinated efforts, and as City Manager Clucky mentioned, we acknowledge that there still are many opportunities and gaps, and those will be forthcoming as different programs still continue to come forward to committee and council. The first pillar, beautification and cleanliness, is about creating a welcoming environment through enhanced maintenance of public spaces. Through the revitalization efforts in the downtown core, there are enhanced service levels to meet the higher concentrations and demands of visitors, events, and businesses since COVID. Streets, sidewalks, and bike lanes, for example, are swept 5 days a week. We've got new programs that have been put into place. It's the Bridge and Underpass program that started, where we're taking more of a proactive, concerted review with power washing and flushing, installing pigeon netting as an example. Weed control is active through patrols, where we're dealing with that through sidewalks and through our mowing program. Illegal dumping, whether there's debris that's found on the road or elsewhere, the collection of sharps, that is all work that is underway. And then I also wanted to highlight our after-hours program. So we have staff that run over the evening. They are power washing sidewalks. They are street sweeping. They're dealing with event cleanup and any, again, debris removal that is required. Continuing under Pillar 1, beautification and cleanliness, you can see the coordination efforts that are happening between transportation, in this case, MLE, housing services. The city has taken several proactive steps to address graffiti in the downtown. Since January of 2025, the city has received 262 private property graffiti complaints as an example, and with the graffiti blitz and the ongoing enforcement efforts, they have issued 183 graffiti orders to address this. Within the right-of-way on public property, there is a contractor, a third-party contractor that assists the city. We've identified 27 hotspots, and again, with regular frequency, they're out there patrolling, checking, and cleaning those areas as required. Beyond removal, there are additional prevention measures that are being put into place. We've got an amazing partnership with tourism. We are placing artwork on traffic control cabinets. Since 2019, we've got 200 of those that we've implemented to date, and we're also looking at other ways to prevent illegal graffiti through the different material choices that we're using throughout the downtown. So there are many efforts. And lastly, just touching on the temporary outdoor shelters, there's much work around and on that property, but in this case, there's a lot of patrolling, again, to check the streets and make sure that they're tidy and a clean nature. For waste management, under this pillar, there's litter management was increased permanently through the 2024 budget process. There's manual sidewalk cleaning. There's sidewalk sweeping. You've seen the division speak very proudly about the glutton, and we've got the picture of the glutton in the report. They do much of that work 7 days a week. We got litter container collection that's happening daily. The Downtown Clean Team has also put into place a pilot this summer that deals with reporting. It's an intake program for the downtown BIAs and the Ward 2 ward office. And what this implementation is allowed for is centralized service requests coming in from those groups, where service requests are sent to the respective divisions and then they're actioned as required. They have waste management bylaw officers that are dealing with illegal dumping, and that's done again through patrols and reporting. And then the temporary outdoor shelters on the property itself, they have their waste collector that is out there dealing with any garbage collection. For environmental services under this pillar, they are working to make spaces vibrant and very inviting, and they do an excellent job at that. This includes ongoing street tree planting and maintenance, seasonal enhancements like hanging baskets, ornamental garden beds, and holiday lights and displays. In the parks and playgrounds, they go through a monthly inspection. They mow and deal with the grass every 7 working days. There's litter pickup, and again, they're dealing with debris and garbage. Graffiti on park assets is dealt with very similarly, again, under a corporate contract similar to transportation and MLE. And beyond maintenance and other activity that goes on, I wanted to highlight the amazing community outreach programs they have in place. That is the Team Up to Clean Up, Beautiful Alleys, Traffic Island sponsorships, and the Trilliums Awards. These are proactive programs that allow the community to get involved and to want to show pride in their communities. I'm now going to pass it over to Director Abbott.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. I don't need to tell this audience that Hamilton is a very exciting city with a rich history and an even richer collection of cultural assets. 2026 will be a very busy year for tourism and culture, and we are taking a thoughtful and comprehensive approach to ensure that residents and visitors have a heightened awareness that something special is happening. Marketing initiatives will be introduced to brand 2026 as Hamilton's Year of Music. The goals of this campaign include building civic pride, attracting visitors, and changing the sometimes negative perceptions that people have of Hamilton and the downtown. Gateways into the city, including York Boulevard and Main Street, will have new banners with Hamilton's City of Music logo. The corner of Bay and York will have further pageantry with colorful pole wraps and pavement treatments. Work is underway to allow for temporary public art on the McQuestion Bridge. The Visitor Experience Center on James Street will feature a year-long exhibition entitled Punching In, a fun and immersive experience focused not just on the history of music in Hamilton, but on the artists and creatives who choose to live and work here, who make Hamilton the 6th largest cluster of music-focused businesses in Canada. Hosting the Juno Awards in March of 2026 is helping to drive this initiative with a concentration of venues alive in the downtown, including the Music Hall at New Vision Church and the adapted reuse of Magnolia Hall. Both venues will be used during Juno's week for live music performances and celebrations. Finally, we are finding opportunities through public art and placemaking initiatives to inspire pride of place and counter the perception of downtown as a negative space.
Pillar 3 is focused on safety. This is all modes of travel, pedestrian, motorist, cyclists, through infrastructure improvements. These include new pedestrian crossings, speed cushions, decorative crosswalks, street lighting, repairs and enhancements, tunnel enhancements, upgraded repaired sidewalks, road resurfacings. Infrastructure is patrolled and maintained by staff following the provincial minimum maintenance standards, you've heard MMS, and council-approved level of services. In the short term, all MMS locations that require immediate attention are dealt with and made safe in a temporary state, and then permanent restorations are dealt with through work planning, budgets, and then the coordination with all the many respective divisions, property owners, developments, etc. I'm pleased to also want to raise that this year two new pilots initiatives came forward this year. We've got in support of the outdoor patio program that's been ongoing for a number of years. The city implemented a safety barrier program where we've assisted putting enhanced barriers around their patios. And then we've also implemented hostile vehicle mitigation coming out of a motion. We've completed one event, and with the upcoming super crawl this weekend, we've got hostile vehicle mitigation being put into place as well. That has been an amazing partnership with so many groups here throughout the city in dealing with Hamilton Police Services for any seat-approved program within the right-of-way of a certain size, and dealing with fire, EMS, and all those other partners at the table. So there's been great collaboration on that pilot as well. All of these combined contribute at the aim of wanting to enhance safety and the perception of safety within the downtown. Also, in dealing with safety, we've got the encampment cleanup piece, encampment enforcement, the downtown safety and security. Through the coordinated encampment response team, they are addressing encampments daily with both enforcement and housing-focused outreach, as well as utilizing the Downtown Safety and Security Working Group to bring city leaders together to discuss issues and implement solutions in the downtown. I'd like to draw your attention to the complaints received, 551 to the more recent count, site visits conducted, 589, parks cleaned, 368. There is a tremendous amount of staff participation and work out there in the field supporting this initiative.
Thank you. Economic Development has introduced a grant program for private property owners where $200 is provided for each incident of graffiti on private property. The program is easy to access, and over 100 instances of graffiti have been removed since this program was introduced 2 years ago. The office conversion grant came into effect on July 2nd. This program's purpose is to encourage the conversion of offices to residential or hotel spaces. Marketing for this initiative is very targeted, has been promoted over social media, in addition to a lot of knocking on doors to get the word out. Multiple inquiries have come in, and Economic Development is engaging with several landowners in the downtown on initiatives. A fulsome update on the downtown revitalization strategy was provided to Council on July 9th, and draft recommendations will be coming forward on December 3rd. As a reminder, this strategy is meant to deliver actions both immediate and long-term to address gaps in the current service levels to support the real need in the downtown. As the primary contact for businesses, Economic Development is uniquely positioned to understand the needs of businesses in the downtown. They continue to be the first point of contact with property owners and BIAs, meeting them where they are at and understanding the climate for businesses. In terms of attracting private sector investment in city assets, the arena is a great example of $280 million in improvements being made to a city-owned facility. Further improvements are coming to the Convention Centre and First Ontario Concert Hall. Revitalizing downtown Hamilton is a priority. This cross-departmental team is focused on creating a cleaner, safer, and more vibrant core through coordinated efforts in beautification, safety, tourism, and economic development. These initiatives prioritize equity and inclusion, ensuring public spaces, services, and opportunities are accessible to all residents and visitors. People who live in the downtown love the downtown. We share this pride and are increasing service levels where we can to ensure we are meeting the demand of a busy urban center. By fostering community pride, supporting local businesses, and attracting investment, we're building a downtown that is thriving, resilient, and welcoming. Inaction risks business closures, persistent safety concerns, and deeper systemic challenges, underscoring the need for timely intervention. With continued collaboration and strong leadership, we will keep moving toward a downtown Hamilton we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Directors Rael and Abbott. Before we move to questions, I'm just going to ask for a mover and a seconder to do both the receipt of the presentation and put the report on the floor. Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Taddison. So I do have a speakers list. Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks very much, and I want to thank the staff for the work that they're doing downtown. I know, as a person who lives down here, who walks the streets every single day, I can see some of the discernible differences, especially seeing things like cleanup of sidewalks and streets happening on Saturdays and Sundays. That's really important. I know it's when most people are living is when they're not working. So they're living in the evenings or living on the weekends, and they're out there and they're seeing these things then. It's good to see that we have staff out there who are cleaning the sidewalks. Frankly, I'll be honest, some of this work hasn't been done for years, sometimes decades. And so it's going to take a long time for us to get through each layer of the archaeology to get back to the place where I think we all think our downtown should be. And so I want to say that really loudly. I say it specifically because, and I want everyone to remember the conversation we had during the budget last year about underpasses, where there was so much alacrity and surprise that our underpasses would be in a state of disrepair, that I received a significant amount of pushback just for trying to get lighting, pigeon netting, and cleaning done in our underpasses. We're still on that journey. Only 2 so far out of these 7 in Ward 2 have been done in terms of having lighting and pigeon netting. There's increased cleaning, but we still have other things to do, like modifying the pigeon netting now that we understand that pigeons have changed the patterns they're using to deal with more pigeon debris. But I can say there's been a noticeable improvement since the budget process and since approving that funding. So I want to say that to everybody here, it does matter. And when the budget process comes forward, I'll be bringing further motions to support the downtown. I don't think we can keep talking about the downtown as a gesture, rhetorically. We care about our downtown. It's the engine of our city. I haven't heard so much rhetoric at this council about our downtown. We have to fund these initiatives or things will not change. There needs to be a way to fund downtown initiatives outside of just area rating. I can't do it all. You heard the challenges we're presented with today. Hundreds and hundreds of complaints and incidences that need to be dealt with. Area rating can't deal with all of that. If it's a priority for everybody around this table, I hope we all show up and support the initiatives I'm going to be putting forward to ask for more downtown funding, to do the basics, the things that, frankly, when I go visit your wards, I see as a status quo, as a normal thing. The things that your residents wouldn't tolerate in 100 years, we tolerate every day downtown. So I really think it's finally time for us to put the money up and address these issues if we care about the downtown as much as we say we do. Besides that, I really think there's some important gaps to point out here. This is a great report to give us a sense of some of the things that are being done and some of the ways we're trying, I'm going to say trying, with the resources we have to address these decades-long issues. But we don't have services that run the gamut evenings and weekends for all the things that we spoke about today. And frankly, that's just unacceptable. We have to come up with a 7-day-a-week service and a 7-day-a-week service level with this city that addresses the issues that are persistently making things difficult for people living downtown. There's 40,000 people and businesses that live down here, and they deserve the same level of service, the same quality of place to live, and the same quality of life that everybody else deserves. As you know, people live less of a life downtown. Their life expectancy is less than in some other parts of the city. I think the least we can do is, while the time they have here, make it a nice place to live. I'll also say that, things like the Barton Tiffany Outdoor Shelter, while they're technically in Ward 2, really aren't about downtown. In the mayor's directive, and I'm sorry she's not here today to hear any of this, in the mayor's directive, she says that, doesn't mention the word downtown once in that directive. So although I understand why you're mentioning it there and why you're talking about the cleanup efforts that are being done there, it's really got nothing to do with the downtown. That was a citywide housing initiative directed by the mayor, not by this council, and not in collaboration with me or anybody else downtown. So what does the future look like? I think that's another important thing to be saying here, right? So although I appreciate this, I don't think what we've done here is identified the gaps and been honest about where we're just not meeting the mark. And it's no one's fault. I'm not suggesting staff are to blame for us not meeting the mark. I think as a council, we have not invested in the downtown in decades in a meaningful way. We have not provided the robust services we need. We've frankly been tokenistic about it. And so if we're going to invest in those services and invest in making things better, we need to be able to do things like, hire staff to do the work, develop programs to get things done. It's not going to happen on its own magically. And so I think we need to see more reporting in the future that comes back that identifies gaps and what our plans are for the future. I hope, and again, sorry the mayor's not here to hear this, I hope in her budget there's a priority put on the downtown. She has been very strong as an advocate for talking about the downtown, from helping to support BIAs to move things forward. We need to see the results, and we need to fund these things to get the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. Up now is Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair Wang. My thanks to staff for this information and the report. And what I recognize as the beginning of my opinion, finally an elevation of the importance of downtown in all of its parts, meaning a place to live first and foremost, and a place to enjoy, to gather, to do business, to be in business. My questions are more future forward, kind of following along the lines of measurement. Has there been, or is there an available matrix to us that would enable us to keep track of and perhaps set goals of, in terms of the number of transactions, response times, the number of sites cleaned and when, those sorts of things that would enable us over time to authentically and publicly keep our nose to the grindstone, so to speak, through the chair.
Looking to the bench, I think Joel is coming down to a microphone somewhere. Oh, wait, nope, not Joel. Not, GM Kennedy, please.
Yeah, I will take a shot at this. I appreciate the question. And I think the suggestion that it embeds, which is a summary of what we're doing. That's not something that we currently have in the format you've described. I think it's something that we can look at doing going forward, what would be involved with that, how it could be maintained. We've got other examples that we've used across the city that we could likely draw from to do something like that. But we'd need some time to kind of review and figure out what would be involved.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarity of that answer and the fact that I think I heard that it might be a good idea. We'll have to give some thought to what would be in that matrix and how we could do it corporately. So very happy to work on that or to be of any assistance in informing that. Thank you through the chair. My second question has to do with, to be fair to staff, that which was not identified in the report, but I also am curious about its measure. And I'm talking specifically about the capital, the physical capital in our downtown. And I'm talking about sidewalks with black asphalt as patchwork. I'm talking about absent trees. I'm just talking about the state of the capital asset. So my question through the chair is, as part of our endeavor to uphold, uplift, and recognize its importance, do we have any specific ability to provide for a view and again, a measure of our asset in specifically the downtown so that we can identify need, or perhaps we have that in our asset management. We just have to make it geo-specific and then to help inform our investment plan thereafter through the chair.
Similar to like, say, a state of good repair or an asset management sort of plan for capital, just so that I'm clear.
Yeah, an asset management, but that's geo-specific.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll ask Director Rael, please.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So the asset and the condition piece is a very important piece of how we roll out a lot of our annual programs, and speaking, for example, on behalf of transportation. So we work very closely with our asset management team. The director and staff are here today, where we have a running list citywide. So we are able to zero in, for example, the downtown core, Ward 2, Ward 1 specific, to understand the different assets. As part of our capital budgeting process, we annually bring forward programs that identify state of good repair and how we're repairing them. One example that was brought forward in 2025, again, in working in collaboration with many different divisions, was the operational resurfacing program, for example, and the efforts we've been doing in the downtown core related to the road resurfacing program that's been happening strategically in many areas to deal with that report or that repair work. So it's fair to say that there are still, again, opportunities in working through with our colleagues on the asset management and many other groups here to bring that forward as part of the budget process. But that's just a little bit of a lens from a transportation perspective of how we coordinate that asset condition with budgets, and then how we'll be bringing that forward with more opportunity.
Councillor, last question.
Thank you. If there's a resounding consensus around this table that the downtown is like no other, and if there's a resounding consensus around this table that as goes the downtown, so goes us, if there's a resounding consensus around this table that how the downtown feels, looks, sounds, reflects on all of us, then I think there would be a resounding consensus to say that we do need specific matrices that highlight the condition of those assets, the level of investment, new and/or ongoing, the everything from the number of public washrooms or the absence thereof, everything from the number of complaints that are lodged or work that is done, either identified by staff or residents in our return time. I do strongly believe that if we say these things, then we have to provide the capacity internally and from an external viewpoint to be able to identify the action and to measure it and to hold ourselves to account. And there may be occasions where we can't meet that mark, but at least we'll be able to keep a bird's eye view on that. And that would be my wish. And I'll further pursue it with my colleagues. Thank you, and thank you to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Up now is Councillor McMeekin, followed by Clark, and then we have second-time speakers. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. This is obviously question and comment period, so bear with me. I want to begin by saying I'm always inspired to hear the passion of my council colleagues on issues. And dare I say it, especially when the topic is our beloved downtown and some of the challenges and opportunities there. And also that extends, of course, to staff. Great to see the report, hear about it straight up, and but more importantly, to get a sense of the enthusiasm with which it was presented. I want to be very frank and transparent. I'm a suburban councillor, but I've lived in 9 different wards in this city, so I know the city fairly well, I think. I'm born and raised here, love the city, and see the challenges and opportunities. Many in the area that I'm privileged to represent, for whatever reason or combination of reasons, anything from contempt to fear of the core. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. People say, well, they question, why are you investing all this money in the core? And I say, well, what money are you talking about, right? First of all. Well, and what's your concern? Well, it's broken. And I just want to say this on the record because it's been really important to me. I always respond to that by saying, quoting a Lyndon Farmer who once gave me the best political advice I ever received in my life. He said, if you want to get elected, I wasn't elected at the time, he said, just tell the people what's broken, how you're going to fix it. So I have parlayed that into a fairly routine response in my community to the minority of people who come out with these sometimes outrageous descriptions of the environment and their fear and all that. If something's broken, the best thing we can do is invest in fixing it. Because when it's fixed and it works, and it clearly works, and it's inviting from a tourist perspective, from a transportation perspective, from a gender lens perspective, from a DEI perspective, whatever it is, that strengthens all of us. So I want to just say that, and they often say to me, well, it's not the only core in the city, and they're right. We have to pay attention to other cores as well. But it leads to a question, because in fairness, I want to ask at least one question, so if some other than a narrative integrity here. I love the presentation. Economic development was a particular interest to me when I was serving in a different capacity around the light rail transit, knowing that the multi-billion-dollar investment in Kitchener-Waterloo area that was driven largely from the LRT, that's the upside. There's also a downside in terms of people who are running businesses in the core. I happen to have some familiarity with that, as you know, Chair. So I'm wondering, given this plan, it's the multiplicity, the logics of it, what's the impact, positive and negative, short-term, medium-term, long-term, of the LRT? How does that factor into the enhancements of what needs to be needs to be more of the vibrant, intelligently smart downtown community that we all want?
Counselor, we have multiple people here that are probably chomping at the bit to want to answer this question.
I hope so.
So I'm going to start with Director Abbott first before we ask if there's, or GM Prasad. Wait, there's a little back and forth that's happening. GM Prasad first, then?
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think from our perspective, the LRT is a generational type of investment in the city. There's only a few other areas in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area that you have that level of transit investment. Outside of Toronto, you really only have Brampton, Markham. So this is, but that type of investment can really only realize its full potential through really good, solid, transit-oriented development that supports that investment and gives us a return. And to be able to do that, we need investors, developers who have comfort in investing in the city. So there's a direct relationship between what we're doing here today, and what's been presented today, and our opportunity to maximize that return on investment in LRT.
I guess I'll ask Director Abbott if you wanted to add anything additional.
Certainly, thank you through the chair. I do think in the short term it is going to be painful. However, we do have a lot of activity happening in the downtown that may offset it to some degree. But the long-term benefits, I believe, to GM Prasad's point, will be exponential in terms of the benefit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor, like I said, there's a lot of people that were chomping at the bit to answer that particular question. You also do have Director Schlehan in the top gallery, as well as Manager Caldwell here as well. So last question then.
No more questions. I'm just excited to hear what I'm hearing. And, if the challenge is to continue to be collaborative, to build a stronger, more caring and sustainable community, I think everyone around this horseshoe is on board.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Up now is Councillor Clark, followed by Jackson, and then second-time speakers. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good morning. Can I ask, how many storefronts are vacant in downtown in the core?
Manager Caldwell, please.
Good morning. Phil Caldwell, Manager of Commercial Districts and Small Business, Economic Development Division. We gauge the occupancy rate on storefronts within the two downtown BIAs. I believe that we'll be reporting for 2025 shortly on those numbers. I believe they are both at an occupancy rate below 70% right now.
17?
Below 17 or 70?
The occupancy is below 70%. So the vacancy is around 30% in both the BIAs.
But how do you gauge that?
So that's through on the street, visiting of businesses and walking the streets. We have a team that does that annually for us.
Thank you. How many restaurants have closed in downtown Hamilton?
I don't have that information with me, but we can try and provide something after the meeting.
How many have opened?
I don't have that information.
The visitor center, can someone tell me the stats for the number of visitors that attend the visitor center?
We'll look to Director Abbott first before we ask Manager McHugh to come down to a podium.
Through the chair, Ryan McHugh, Manager of Tourism and Events. The Visitor Center Did have a record number of visitors last year, and that was mainly attributed to the solar eclipse because we were handing out the glasses. So last year they had in-person visitors of approximately 5,000 people. This year we're substantially below that. I think our year-to-date forecast would be in the 3,000 or so range.
3,000 visitors to the downtown visitor center.
Correct, and that's just in-person visits. We have a very high volume of emails and calls as well, which I don't have those figures on hand at the moment.
And are we tracking the visits to any cultural centers in downtown?
Through the chair, to respond on behalf of the museum locations in the downtown, we do track those numbers. I do not have them at my fingertips, but it is something we can provide to your office.
Thank you. So in this report, and I'm not being glib, what is new? What I picked up on is that street sweeping is happening 5 times a week, and there's several bridges, under the bridges, that are being cleaned now. But what is new that we are doing to improve and revitalize the downtown? Because what I saw in this report were things that were already accomplished and put in place by previous council or this council and is operational. We've asked for this 10-year revitalization. I'm struggling to see new. I'm struggling to see the stats that actually verify whether or not anything is happening and what is happening. I struggle as a governor if I don't have statistical information. And what I see in this report is it's almost public relations. No offense, but that's what I see it as. And so I'm trying to understand exactly what we are doing that is new, or what are we going to do that is new? Anybody?
Thank you. Councillor, looking to Director Royale first.
Through the chair, Carolyn Royal, Director of Transportation. So maybe I can start, Councillor, and if there's anyone else on the bench or staff that may want to add in addition, they can. So the purpose of the report was for us to come forward to really identify the coordinated efforts that have been pulled together among all of us together, the conversations and the planning and all the work we've been doing to ensure that there are concerted efforts happening in the downtown. So that conversation, in my lens, is new. We had those conversations, but we're continuing to collaborate and figure out different solutions of how we can advance together as partners and do things in the downtown. The presentation or the report does have a number of pendencies. I just want to draw to everyone's attention. It does have some stats in there, and we're always happy to provide additional stats. In talking with new programs, and again, from the transportation lens, I'll speak to the hostile vehicle mitigation. That's something that's came through a motion not that long ago. That's new. It's dealing with safety in the downtown. In dealing with the contribution and the assistance to the outdoor patio program. That has been a program that's been in effect. Again, in working with staff, in working with respective counselors, that was another safety component that the city implemented this year, and we're highlighting it as a good news story and a win because it is something that we've recently just rolled out, and the results of that will be coming back with us wanting to do that more effective. With regards to how we're dealing with our proactive inspections and patrolling, that's not just within transportation, that's across all divisions, waste management, environmental services, among transportation, how we're driving corridors, how we're flagging graffiti. We've got many new emails and intakes, we're reporting it. We've got contractors on notice that are out there. So these are just some of the highlights of the work that we may have been doing previously, but we've pivoted based on the feedback we've been hearing from the community, counselors, hearing from the public, and we've been putting different approaches very publicly into effect to try and address those more transparently out there so everyone can see them. And again, just from the road safety perspective, in all wards, but not, and also in the downtown, we're constantly reviewing the safety from the pedestrian, cyclist, mobility perspective, working with AT implementation work, just to name that as an additional item we're dealing with. I don't know if anybody else has anything in addition they want to add.
Bill?
Through the chair, I'll just add that I think that when we bring the downtown revitalization strategy forward in December, there will be a robust discussion around the things we're recommending to fill gaps. And you'll see recommendations and actions, both very immediate and over the short, medium, long term, that we will be requesting council to be actioning in order to fill those gaps and to further improve what we're doing downtown beyond what's already been brought forward in this report today.
I think I'm over my time. Can you put me down for a second time?
Okay, thank you. Just a second. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Yes, for a second time then, Councillor Clark. Okay, thank you so much. May I please have Councillor Jackson, Taddison, Pauls, and then Councillor Crutch and Councillor Clark for a second time. So let's move towards Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. Good morning. I just have a speech. I've listened to other speeches interspersed with questions, so am I okay?
Yes, but it's only to 5 minutes.
Thank you for reminding me of the 30-year rule that I've been used to. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. So listen, Deputy Mayor Huang, as somebody who loves our city and loves our downtown, you know, if you want to continue to have this Ward 6 councillor support, there's no need for newer members of council to denigrate constantly the past. For some newer members of council, and I listened to their speeches today, they talked about basically nothing being done in the past to address some of these issues. They weren't even around around this chamber when the West Harbor was redeveloped 25 years ago, when the Lister Block was built, when housing projects were built along King William Street, when restoration in the core was underway and neighborhoods, I would humbly suggest, felt much safer than they do today. But if you want to keep denigrating the past and the ills of the past, I'm going to continue to provide counter arguments. And I'm sensing with the first two speakers today that this is a prelude for the 2026 budget. And if the downtown-centric mindset that I've called it is going to continue into the 2026 budget, and Councillor Jackson, I mean, we need to be committed to the downtown if it's really the heart of the city at the expense of the mountain and suburban communities and East End communities. If that's what this is all about, then there'll be competing interests, and I will be arguing strongly for the East Mountain community first and foremost. That's given me the honor and privilege of serving here, as well as for the rest of the mountain community, as well as the city overall. I'm just sensing that, unfortunately, we are being pigeonholed, potentially. My detection, my opinion, my editorial, in some of the language I've heard now around this chamber this morning after a fine presentation by the two directors, Rael and Abbott, and I'm supportive of whatever is necessary to try to turn the downtown perception around, because if anybody wants to be an ostrich right now, you can be. If you think that you're not hearing that the perception of downtown isn't what it used to be and safe without bullets flying from time to time around the place, you can be an ostrich as long as you want. I know what I'm hearing in my community. I continue to want my community to feel comfortable going downtown to enjoy entertainment, to enjoy events, concerts, whatever the case might be, an evening out. But I know what I'm hearing from my community. I know what I'm hearing from the female population of the East Mountain. There's trepidation now about going downtown. And so I will summarize, Deputy Mayor Huang, that I am going to be keeping an open mind across the 2026 budget as we head into it. And there will just for me no longer be just downtown is the top priority at the expense of everything else. We know how that worked with the encampment protocol. We basically, the majority of this council said 2,000 approximately of the homeless are extremely important to be looked after, and I understand that, and I have compassion as well, and we're trying to build more shelter spaces and provide, above all, more subsidized housing units. But I said in the past months ago, and I'll say it again, the 2,000 were at the abandonment of 568,000 other Hamiltonians that pay taxes and increase taxes this term of council to keep this municipality running. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. I hope I didn't bore you with my speech. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the commentary, Councillor Jackson. I was also trying to ensure that the meeting was flowing as smoothly as possible. Thank you. Now, please, Councillor Taddison, please.
I wrote a speech too. And I have another perspective that my good Councillor Jackson failed to mention. It's the rural perspective. So I always believed that a safe, vibrant, flourishing downtown benefits our entire city, even Glenbrook. And I think you can look at our downtown in two ways. It could be looked at as a glass half full or a glass half empty. I think the important part is which way are we going? Are we filling up that glass or is it emptying out? I always tell the residents of Ward 11 that we're going through some clunky, awkward growing pains downtown. But it's going to be wonderful when we get a little further along the way. Just look at what's happening here. Transportation, waste management, environmental services, tour and culture, housing services, healthy and safe communities, municipal law enforcement, all focusing collectively on the downtown. I know it's not their only focus, but they're putting a concentrated effort there. We've got a renovated arena that's going to be better than brand new. We've got the LRT coming. It's not here yet, but it's coming. We've got significant condo builds that should help with those empty storefronts. We've got a new residence for MAC students that just recently celebrated the downtown in an outdoor festivity. We've got also enhanced safety protocols for art crawl and many other events that happen downtown. I just want to say this, as a matter of perspective and as a rural councillor, I'm just happy when we get our potholes filled, our roadside weeds trimmed, and this year we actually got some new paving for the Binbrook Fairgrounds in Glenbrook. My thoughts, I think some investment, my final thoughts, I think some investment in rural recreation centers would go a long way to ensuring that the rural residents in my area and the other rural communities would be happy to support the beautification of downtown with their tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taddison. On to Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. I don't have a speech. I just have a few comments and a couple of questions. I look at Pillar 1, Pillar 2, Pillar 3, Pillar 4. Beautification and cleanliness. That should be done for all the city, up the mountain as well. We need it there as well. I don't know if you've been lately around Upper Wentworth. It's a disaster, it seems, you know. It has to be done for all the city. And I'm not against downtown. I'm sorry, I am not against downtown. I had a budget meeting, and you know what people were telling me? We live on the mountain, nothing's being spent on the mountain, and our taxes are going up. That's what they said. I had a big town hall meeting, and I really appreciate Mike Z coming and doing that meeting. I want to say thank you for being there. Tourism. Do you know I have young people up on the mountain, there's nothing to do. Do you know around Lime Ridge Mall, we've had shootings? Kids hang around the mall. I don't know what they're doing, and I'm not assuming what they're doing, but we know what they're doing. Okay, tourism. What happened to the mountain? And when I say the mountain, I'm not just saying Ward 7. More people live on the mountain than downtown. I love downtown. I want to tell you, everyone I speak to, you know why they don't come downtown? Congestion. It took me 45 minutes to go from where I live to my son's store because I needed to pick up something. 45 minutes. And it was quickly, then I got downtown and it stopped. That's what's happening. Second of all, safety. We talked about safety. There's people, safety, riding the bike, they get hit by a car. We also need safety on the mountain, on the whole city. And then the last one, economic development. Is it happening on the mountain? Yes. We always said it has to be downtown. Does it? Up on the mountain, we have lots of land. A lot of people can come and open big business. Our city seems to be divided. We have upper and lower. When we talk about BIA, I have Concession Street that struggles all the time. It's the uptown of downtown. It really is. And I go by and they open the stores and they close the stores. They open a restaurant and they close the restaurant. We are talking about our city. You know what's happening downtown, in my opinion, why we're spending all this money cleaning. You talk about graffiti. Concession Street has it all the time. All the areas. Do you know what my feeling is? And I might be wrong, but the problem is downtown, we have a lot of homelessness people that need help with their mental state, their drug addiction. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. They all gather down. When I come up here to go to work, my heart breaks. Every time I go by and I see a woman or a man bent over, it breaks my heart. That's where we see it, downtown. That's where our problem is. We need to solve that problem. Why the businesses are not doing well? Because they have needles in front of their stores. So this is what we need. We need to help to figure out how we could help these people get housing, get supportive housing, get mental health, I don't even want to call it institution. I want to call it hospital, where we could help them. That's what we need. If you want to revive downtown, that's how you start. Congestion, let's make it movable. You don't know how many people told me they would never come downtown. Okay, we have a concert, we all go downtown, maybe to see the concert. Where do we go? Get out of downtown, because it's not movable. Let's fix that before we spend more money, more money, more money. We gotta clean it up. Every time I go up here, it's clean. The next hour, it's full of garbage, and we need to clean it. So let's be real. And I thought too much, but I look at the pillars. The pillars should be for all city of Hamilton, all of them, all these pillars. We're, you talk about equity, you talk about, what's right, what's wrong. It is equal. We all need help. So I hope, I got emotional because I walked up again up there, and it breaks my heart. It really does.
Thank you.
And that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. It's, I think we're all feeling the human aspect of this, definitely. Just a reminder to committee, this is essentially an item that to be accepted. I also want to ensure that we are keeping on topic to the topic at hand, which is the cross-departmental downtown revitalization initiative, and it's an update. I think that what we hear is staff are definitely hearing what councillors are saying. I caution you that we are going to try, I've been trying to be very collaborative and inclusive to include both questions and comments. I fear we may be moving a little bit further off topic. So again, committee, this is an update. Please keep your questions, commentary towards this update. I understand that it's a very personal topic to all of us. So thank you for all of your commentary to date. So at this time, I do have two second-time Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, really appreciate some of the surface level conversation in the report. I believe it's a little bit later on the agenda of the downtown subcommittee. There's also a motion there looking at what can be changed and what can be done. Just want to kind of link these two threads of the conversation. One of the conversations regarding the downtown subcommittee minutes later on the agenda is exactly a conversation that Dundas BIA has been looking to have. And so wherever there's an answer in the organization, that answer is replicable, that answer is transferable. I also think sometimes we have issues at different concentrations or different densities, and that needs a different service level. We've talked about the density of population, the density of need. It makes sense that there's different service levels. I haven't heard anyone say that no one deserves a beautiful place to live. I think there's been a bit of an acknowledgement, though, that in places where there's more litter, there needs to be more garbage cans, like something like, and so how do we find those places and make sure we're maintaining equity? A quick commentary from me, and I'll let second-time speakers go and we can receive this, is what I heard when I was running for election was that there's a real frustration from some of the outlying communities that me, what about Dundas, what about Ancaster, what about Flamborough, what about this, what about this, what about this? People are constantly, that's still the energy. But there's also, people started doing the math and they went, wait, we're one community in a city of 15 wards. We all rise together, we all fall together, and I think that was a lot of the mentality that I heard from folks was they were looking for a little bit more citywide collaboration, citywide service levels, making sure that if something's happening somewhere, there's a best practice being translated everywhere in our city, and we're not picking winners. I think especially just given what's going on in the United States right now, where claims of safety have been used as a justification to then say, here's what we need to do. We need to send in the National Guard to a city. It's so important that we're using evidence, we're thinking about what our metrics are, and we're having these conversations in a responsible way that says, here's the documented problem, and here's the solution working towards to solve that problem. There's graffiti services citywide, there's differential service levels is my understanding. If there's graffiti concerns that aren't being cleaned up, like we had an issue where it took a couple of reminders because there was issues there, that's something we want to follow up with. We want to say, hey, it took 3 reminders to get this graffiti, how do we go faster? But we're not having that conversation every single day in Ward 13. And I just think that's an important reflection, like an important acknowledgement of where city resources need to be to ensure that everyone has that city that they can call safe and they can do that. So happy to receive this report. Just want to say I think there's a lot of value in having some of these strategies be replicated in other areas of the city once they're tried out, see what those service levels look like. I don't ever see an investment in one part of our city as taking away from another part of our city. We're one city. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 second-time speakers. So before I go to those speakers, do I have any more first-time speakers? Okay, Councillor Critch, please.
I think everything I'm going to say is on the topic of the downtown. As downtown councillor, you bet I take this personally. I don't want to say that I'm not having my head in the sand as an ostrich, Councillor Jackson. I live here. And sadly, in the last 15 years, I'm the only councillor who's lived downtown that represents it. I think it makes a difference. I think it matters. And I think the past record we have is important. I didn't say nothing was done, to be clear, and I recognize that's a nuance. I didn't say nothing was done. I said there wasn't enough done. And I'm sorry if this hurts your feelings, but it's not about you. It's as much about the people who come to our downtown who don't live here as it is about the people who live here day in and day out, who I talk to regularly, who I hear about their concerns, who I hear about safety concerns. But we haven't done enough to balance the perspective of the people who live here with the people who want to be here. That's the issue we're facing. And 40,000 residents and businesses are here every single day. This is not a community to drive through. It's not a community just to visit. It's a place where people have their homes. And so, yeah, it's important. And we deserve the same, as Councillor Alex Wilson said, the same vibrancy as every other community in our city. And we don't have it. And it's not because of something happening in this term of council. This stuff did not happen overnight. This is decades of issues that have been neglected, like the underpasses situation as an example. If you don't like that truth, I can't help you with that. I wasn't here to initiate those plans and not follow up on things. And I'm not saying it's your fault either. I'm just saying that's the reality we're stuck with at the moment. It's going to take a disproportionate amount of investment in our downtown to make things better because of so much catching up we have to do. Like Councillor Maureen Wilson often says, if we're going to take the majority of the density downtown, we need to see the services improve with that density. We haven't seen that improvement. I have spent countless hours talking to staff, asking them for things like more garbage cans, more green spaces, little things that matter to people, more litter enhancement and litter pickup. How do we deal with all the wind corridors we have downtown for the development and building? None of this has been in our budgets. None of this has been funded till this term of council. And I'll say to you, we relegated the entire downtown discussion to a task force that was created 20 years ago that did basically nothing. Basically nothing. Not nothing at all, but basically nothing. Now we've elevated that to a downtown subcommittee, and thank you to the staff in this room, Director Ryle, Jackie Kennedy, everybody who comes to those meetings now that we started since we have a downtown subcommittee, who are coming, showing up at the table, we're having discussions, bringing solutions forward, and that's important. That work was not done until this year. So yes, we have a lot of catching up to do. Councillor Maureen Wilson mentioned our sidewalks, and I want to address that briefly. You know, that's a perfect example of the kind of thinking that has got us where we are downtown, a fairness mentality. These sidewalks get used more than every other sidewalk in the city. So why on earth were we funding the repair of the sidewalks based on the length of the sidewalk, not their use? Thankfully, this term of council, working with public works staff, we were able to double the funding for downtown sidewalks. Again, that was an initiative I put forward. And I've spent millions, and I want to say millions of dollars in area rating money to improve our sidewalks, repair them, and get them in better shape. And I'm still told by staff, if I continue that level of investment, I got 5 years to go before we catch up. I didn't do that. I didn't not invest in sidewalks for 20 years, but that's what we did as a city. And the choices we live with every day and the mobility challenges people face are because of those decisions. So I understand your perspective. I'm not suggesting that we sacrifice other parts of the city, but when you talk about downtown centric, I think it's a little funny. It is the center of the city. So of course there's going to be some analysis about a downtown centric perspective. It's the heart of the city. It's the heartbeat of the city. And when we talk about density and think about the way things are funded, I want to give you one example I think is useful to think about. When we want to repair a road in an area where, let's just say, 10, 20 people live on that road. It's a couple kilometers long, not a lot of density in the area, right? And we look at the way taxation adds up. Say a road repair costs, let's just say, for example, $1 million to do a road repair, or maybe $5 million to do a road repair. The folks living along that road will never in their lifetimes catch up with taxes to pay for the repair of that road. That's okay. That's how we build cities together. We understand as a downtown, as a more dense area, that some of our taxes are going to go toward paying for that road sometimes, and vice versa. When we're in really dense areas, though, we should be able at least to get the services that other areas are getting and they're meeting. Like, again, simple things like enough garbage cans, enough places for people to sit on a bench, enough places for kids to play in parks. You know, if we have 12,000 people living in the Durand neighborhood, which is a postage-sized stamp of a place, and one tiny park for them. Does that seem like good city planning? Does that seem like thinking about the downtown? It doesn't. And so I could go on all day. I'm just saying to you, the decisions we've made have led us here. We're working now to try and improve those things, but I'm not going to forget the past existed.
Up now is Councillor Clark, please. Oh, Councillor Nan for a first time, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor and Chair of our GIC, coming in a little not sure about the dialogue around the table, having just returned from an announcement in Ward 3 about investing in our communities and about investing in housing, about investing in making sure that every neighborhood is one where people are thriving, but more importantly, that every neighborhood is one of choice, one of pride, one where everybody feels not only a sense of belonging, but an interest to invest in. So I wanted to first off just say thank you to city staff for the collaborative effort that's displayed inside of this information report. I was really excited reading the report about seeing some documentation about what are some next steps that we could be taking as a municipality to demonstrate a downtown core that we can all be proud of. World-class cities invest in their downtowns. Not only because their downtowns should be a place where, a neighborhood where everybody who lives there should thrive, but because essentially the role that downtowns play nationally, provincially, globally, is as a calling card. Our downtowns are calling cards. How our downtown looks matters. How our downtown feels matters. Number one, to the people who live there. Number two, to the people who've invested so much blood, tear, sweat, you know, blood as in construction, maybe they hit their hand with a nail, that's what I mean, in terms of their investment into the small businesses and the places that they're literally creating in the downtown core that has been, I'll say, deprived and underinvested in for far too long. It's a calling card that demonstrates how a municipality cares for its communities. And that's been really clear to me by having the privilege of being council's representative at the FCM and going to different municipalities across the country to not only participate in the jurisdictional municipal issues federally, but also to learn best practices. And it's been kind of embarrassing, I gotta say, coming back to Hamilton and checking out our downtown core in comparison to some of my municipal counterpart downtown cores. And it's embarrassing because what's been clear to me is just how much we deserve, how much Hamiltonians deserve out of their downtown core. And so I want to thank city staff for coming together to collaborate. I want to thank Councillor Kretsch. I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank everybody who's taken the opportunity this term of council to say, you know what, no more. Our downtown matters. We're not going to leave it just to private interests to determine what our downtown looks like, feels like, and operates like. We have a role as a municipality to lead that dialogue, to lead that conversation, and to demonstrate with our investment. Thank you.
And up now is Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I disagree with your earlier ruling. Everyone was speaking to the issue. They were speaking to the issue from their perspective in their ward, which is completely permissible. I continue to support the downtown, and we have a lot of work to do in the downtown. But we don't have one downtown. We have 5. We have since amalgamation. We have acknowledged 5 since amalgamation. We have worked on 5 since amalgamation. We cannot now forget about the other 4. We cannot. Hamilton is indeed, in my opinion, the microcosm for the province of Ontario. If you look at Hamilton, we have a rural component. Councillor Taddison, myself, Councillor Cassar, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Alex Wilson, we kind of wear 2 hats. We have an urban area and a rural area. We have the same homelessness issues as other municipalities to a varying degree. Toronto has 20,000 homeless. I'll say it again, 20,000 homeless. Mental health, homelessness is a provincial issue. The province should be investing to fix it. They have promised over several campaigns to do that. They have not done it. It has been piecemeal. We are spending $120 million on homelessness this year. How much did we get from the province? 26 million. They brag about it because it increased by 2 or 3 million. But it's their issue. We have homelessness in our community because they don't have mental health beds. We have homelessness in our community because they don't have addiction centers. So where do the people go? They go to municipalities like Toronto and Hamilton, St. Catharines, where there are social services. All of that is not to dismiss what we are trying to do as a municipality to improve our downtown. But it will take investment, not just investment from the city. It will take investment from the province. And if they're not at the table, I'll be the first one to ring the doorbell because they're the ones that should be here. I listen to the debate, Deputy Mayor, and I sometimes wonder if my colleagues are listening to each other. Because if they were truly listening to each other, they're really saying the same thing in different ways, from different perspectives. We're not at odds with each other. We are not, if you truly listen to what people are saying. There were investments in the downtown, significant investments in the downtown by previous councils. The graffiti program was created ostensibly for the downtown. At that time, we didn't have graffiti in my ward. We do now. If you look at the cleanliness, there was a cleanliness committee or something to that effect for downtown. And it was meant to ensure that the community was being cleaned up, the alleyways were being cleaned up. So things were being done. But we have now moved to another, I would say, echelon in the proportionality of the challenges that downtown has. That's all I'm saying. And if you look at that proportionality, we in the suburbs are experiencing similar things. And we have to remember each other and work to improve everybody, not just one downtown, but all of the downtowns.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Our last speaker is Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. In summary, first of all, reiterating my thanks to staff for this work and for the presentation. Secondly, we have the highest concentration of urban poverty in Hamilton and any other place in Canada. That concentration of poverty happens to be primarily in wards 2 and 3. Those are facts. As a consequence of those conditions, the externalities that are generated warrant different service needs and service levels. 3, I asked, in order to uphold trust and confidence and to show that we are being, I hope, successful, that we have some matrices that will enable us to identify these conditions and to set service levels and to see if we are being successful over time. I think those are reasonable asks. 4, it's not that nothing was done, but the conditions that are facing downtowns across North America are substantive. 5, in the absence of Councillor Crutch doing what he does at this particular subcommittee, this presentation would not be here because the work would not have been done. Those are facts. 6, this discussion shows us what a challenge it is to govern a place like Ontario and in Canada. But if anything, what has been happening around the world and south of the border shows us that there is strength in unity, and in identifying distinction, it does not dismiss difference. It just means sometimes we need different strategies according to different conditions. And collectively, those make us stronger because strength is absolutely needed now for the residents of Hamilton. And finally, because of those different conditions, sometimes, yes, they have to be reflected in different service levels and different budget. My remarks are not a precursor to the budget. It is whether we can agree that we have different conditions facing our city, all of which are legitimate, all of which matter, and how can we collectively best address those? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing as we have no more speakers on the speakers list, I do already have a mover and a seconder for both the receipt of the presentation and the report on the floor. So may I have your vote electronically to approve the recommendations, please?
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor. The chair's procedures are incorrect. It is a vote by a show of hands.
Show of hands then. May I have and that looks like everyone. Thank you, so that is carried. All right, so let's move on to items for consideration. 8.1, A and B. These are revised boards of management for business improvement areas. So 8.1A is PED 25205, revised board of management for International Village business improvement area. 8.1B is PED 25206, which is the revised board of management for the Ancaster Village business improvement area. This time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to put these items on the floor, please? Councillor Pauls and Councillor Crutch. Any discussion on these items? Okay. Seeing none, this is an electronic vote to approve the recommendations. May I have your vote electronically, please? This is the first vote of the day, so it's going to always be slow. Probably should have had you queue it up earlier. I just refreshed this. Oh, there we go. Vote is up, please. All right, and that vote carries 13-0. Thank you, committee. Let's move on to 8.2. 8.2 is PED 25188. This is the Revitalizing Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program for 3 Main Street in Dundas in Ward 13. At this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Nan. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Speaking of building up downtowns, I think this is an example of a program that does exactly that. Thank you to staff and to the, I guess, applicant in this case for their application by doing some renewal in downtown Dundas, bringing a new restaurant into town at an old location and doing some revitalization in a heritage building as well. Some of the tax increases that are going to happen to the building over time are being deferred to the applicant to help support their investment in the site. And over the next 4 years, both the city and the applicant are going to hopefully benefit from this proposal. And I think this is exactly the way we can share the value of investments in our downtown with those doing the investment as well as the local community. Just a really exciting program, a really exciting step forward. Very pleased to support this.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing as there are no other speakers, this is an electronic vote. May I have your vote electronically, please? And the vote is up.
Councillor Spatafor, are you able to vote?
Vote's not up on my screen, but I'm in favor.
Thank you.
That vote carries 11-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to 8.3, which is the Downtown Subcommittee minutes. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this item on the floor, please? Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Nan. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Yeah, I think the conversation about the signs bylaw is an example of something I'm sure all of us have experience with specifically in our downtowns. I'm really excited when this information report comes back studying potential. I think one of the considerations is what would it be to ban utility pole postering, take that out of the sign pole and instead only have notice poles, so designated places for posters. Both right now happen in downtown Dundas. This is an example where if we could get some data back or some best practices back, I think the BIA is actively trying to understand, should we have more notice polls? Is that how we should approach this? Should we try and move this forward? So this is something we're currently thinking about and struggling with over in Dundas, and some more data and some best practices would certainly be helpful. So excited to see this come back.
Excellent, thank you. No other speakers on this? Thank you. May I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Councillor Spatafora, yea or nay? Is a yea. And that vote carries 11-0. Thank you. Let's move on to 8.4, which is LS 23003B, amending agreement for the transfer of prosecution duties for parts 3 and 9. IX 9, right? Of the Provincial Offences Act, Ontario, and from the Ministry of Attorney General to the City of Hamilton. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this item on the floor, please? Councillor Beatty and Councillor Taddison. It is my understanding that it is a fairly routine administrative, but if there's any discussion on the we do have Solicitor Shields here to answer any questions. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang. I'm sorry if it's not routine for me. If I could ask through you to City Solicitor Shields, does this basically mean that there potentially is more revenue coming to the municipality taking under this administrative duty? Or please clarify for me what it is.
Solicitor Shields, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. Although I don't deal with the revenue part of this program, yes, if we're taking on part 3, more of the revenues will come to the city.
So then, thank you for confirming that. Is Manager or Jera here that can confirm if there's additional revenue to the municipality at a time that members of council want to generate more revenue for the municipality? Through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
I'll still ask Solicitor Shields first, and then we'll go.
Perfect.
Okay.
I just went by the fact that she wasn't sure if she knew. That's why I went to the manager. But thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair, the reason why I don't know is because that area of responsibility does not fall on the legal services. It's with Cindy Mercanti's area in terms of the administration of the court services. However, I can say part 3s were never prosecuted until last 2023. And so, yes, any revenues that come similar to part 1 offenses will come to the city.
Thanks, City Solicitor Shields. Really appreciate your answers. So can I just ask Deputy Mayor Huang, maybe Director Mercanti then, could just send even me an email to let me know what potential projected revenues might be, if that's in order, please?
I am just double checking to see if Director Mercanti is online. I do not see them, but
No problem.
I think that's a
Is
good,
that fair then?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
that's
City
great.
Solicitor Shields, can I leave that with you? Thanks so much. I'm supportive. Thanks, Deputy
Okay.
Mayor Huang.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other, Councillor Clark, please.
Transfer of responsibilities, I think, is another way of saying downloading responsibilities. I'm wondering if at some point in the near future, we could get a report in terms of the revenue as well as the downloaded costs, because the agreement with the Attorney General was that we can take on the prosecution, but of course that means we accept all of the costs and we take all the revenue. Their claim was that it would be revenue neutral, if not revenue positive, and I'd like to at least confirm that at some point in the near future, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, I will do that.
If there are no other questions, we do have a mover and a seconder. May I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 12-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to 8.5, which is the Accessibility Committees for Persons with Disability Minutes. This is ACPD 25008, August 12th, 2025. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this item on the floor, please? Councillor Taddison and Councillor Cratch. Any discussion on these items? Councillor Taddison, please.
Just wanted to note that in the minutes, it said that a motion was passed at ACPD, and this might be a question for Clerk Trenum. Because this motion was passed, what's happened is, for various reasons, the committee has lost 3 members recently, and they're requesting that the selection committee recruit new members for the accessibility committee for persons with disabilities. I'm wondering what the next process is for the selection committee, or do we stand pat? Because this motion was passed at ACPD, I just wanted to understand what staff reaction going to be.
So I'll first ask Clerk Trenum, but if you might be the right person to answer that question.
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure I am the correct person to answer it. It would be through our selection committee. However, I can certainly get back to you on what next steps look like.
I do recognize Councillor Crutch. Do you have an answer? Perhaps you can answer the other councillor.
I'm on the selection committee. It's the only value I have here. The chair's not in the room at the moment, otherwise he could probably answer. But he's walking in right now. So what I'll do is I'll just repeat the question so that Councillor Kassar can hear it. But the question was simply put about there's members of ACPD who are looking to be replaced as there have been some recent vacancies. And so what will the selection committee do with the remaining time in council with respect to the vacancies? Over to you.
Well, I think that would be a question for the clerk to answer, I guess, speaking to... Well, okay, I was speaking to staff in the other room. Well, what normally happens, just speaking generally, what happens is the clerk will bring the vacancies to the selection committee, who will make a decision based on a number of inputs on how and if we recruit based on the request that comes. So we are currently undertaking recruiting for a number of other committees. So, I mean, that would be the decision point based on the time left, I guess, in this term, which is probably variable. But under normal circumstances, there would be recruitment done, and the selection committee would interview to help replace the candidates.
Okay. Also, I do recognize that Clerk Trenum did put up his hand a second time. So Clerk Trenum.
Just as that, an email came in advising me that yes, so an email is prepared for the selection committee, and the selection committee, as the councillor just advised, will proceed with that, and they'll decide how to fill it and how to move forward.
Councillor Taddison.
Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. All right. Seeing as there are no more speakers, we do have a mover and a seconder, so may I please have your vote electronically? Vote is up. That vote carries 13-0. Thank you. Let's move on to 8.6, which is PED 25056, which is an international cricket sport tourism opportunity in Ward 5. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this item on the floor, please? Councillor Francis and Councillor Beatty. Discussion on this item, please. No. All right, sounds like a super cool opportunity. So seeing as there are no speakers on the speakers list for this, and Ryan and Hildegard both moved down to a microphone, we'll require an electronic vote, please. Vote is up. Thanks, Ryan, and thanks, Hildegard. Extra steps for you guys, you know, just... Yeah. The cricket opportunity. She voted thumbs up. And that vote carries 14-0. Thank you. Let's move on to 8.7, which is the PED 25218 Hamilton Community Heritage Fund loan application for 8 Margaret Street in Flamborough, Ward 15. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this item on the floor? Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Alex Wilson, please. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing none, this is an electronic vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Vote carries 14-0. Thank you. Let's move on to 8.8. PED 25219, this is the Environmental Remediation and Site Enhancement Redevelopment Grant application for 676 King Street West and 4 Breadalbane Street in Ward 1. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this item on the floor? Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Cratch. Any discussion on this item? This is an erase program, so. Seeing none, let's have the vote electronically, please. Vote is up. And that vote carries 14-0. Thank you. Moving on to 8.9, this is HSC 25015, Hamilton Housing Needs Assessment Citywide. As this item does include a staff presentation, I will ask Director Lewis and Manager Gloria to come and do the presentation for us. Oh, just, okay. Director Lewis, please. Annie, bonjour. I learned something. Tammy Huang Nindijnakas, City of Hamilton, Donjaba. I introduced myself in Anishinaabeg-Moen. Yes, which is the City of Hamilton, so. We're just pulling up the presentation just to let everyone online know that that's what the pause in our meeting is for right currently. Again, just to let those online know, we are just loading up the presentation on our presentation laptop. We will be starting momentarily.
Ani, bonjour. My name is Justin Lewis. Good morning, everyone. Almost afternoon. I'm the director of the Housing Secretariat Division here at the City of Hamilton. I want to thank council staff and community members for the opportunity to present today. Chimigwich. I'd also like to extend my sincere thanks to all staff who contributed to the development of the Housing Needs Assessment. A special thanks goes out to our HSIR Steering Committee and our HSIR Executive Committee for their valuable input and collaboration. Just get my buttons figured out. Today on our agenda, I'll be presenting an overview of the housing needs assessment received by the city last November in our annual HSIR report, which is Appendix A of this report. I will also provide an overview of data sources, key insights from both the comprehensive study, and we will talk about the federal template that was attached as Appendix B. I'll also talk about recommendations that staff are bringing forward to council. As you know, the housing needs assessment, speaking on Appendix A, was delivered to the city in November of 2024. It builds on a draft assessment completed in 2022 as part of the inclusionary zoning project. While both documents align in their findings and recommendations, the citywide assessment takes a broader view, addressing actions across the entire housing continuum. It's a vital tool for identifying housing needs throughout Hamilton, clarifying the city's role in addressing those needs, and guiding how funding is strategically allocated to support urgently needed housing. Alongside the citywide analysis, we also received detailed supply and demand data for each of Hamilton's 5 federal electoral districts. The assessment draws on quantitative data from Statistics Canada, CMHC, and local sources, as well as insights from public consultation. One of the key findings is the need for overarching policy guidance on affordable housing. Additional future actions include further engagement with priority groups, improved reporting on HSIR outcomes, and exploring new tools such as rental incentives, renovation programs like the city has done to date, and supports for aging in place. The data in this report comes primarily from the 2021 census, along with housing statistics from CMHC, including the rental market survey, housing starts and completions, and market absorption survey. These sources are updated regularly and reflect current market trends. We also use city data such as building permits, residential sales, construction costs, and surplus municipal lands. In addition to quantitative data, the assessment includes qualitative insights gathered through public engagement. So as you know, and presented in November, that included 279 responses to an online survey, 12 pop-up sessions across 7 wards in the 5 federal electoral districts, and 4 focus groups with affordable housing providers, including the Hamilton is Home Coalition and the Community Partnership Action Table. The Housing Needs Assessment, Appendix A of this report, identifies 4 key insights, which we'll walk through in the next few slides. One thing I'd like to highlight for all of you is that the 4 pillars of the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap, new construction, acquisition and affordable housing preservation and retention, and housing with supports are closely aligned with the assessment's findings. The assessment emphasizes the urgent need for more affordable, family-sized and diverse housing options, and highlights the importance of supportive environments across the housing continuum. The first major insight is the need for more primary rental units, especially affordable ones. In 2021, Hamilton had 76,400 renter households, but only 37,120 purpose-built rentals. This left nearly 39,280 households relying on secondary rental market, which is typically more expensive and less secure. Renter households also had lower incomes and faced greater affordability challenges, 37.5% compared to 15.8% of owners. Addressing this gap is complex and requires incentives for rental development along with significant capital and operating funding. Through the affordable housing development project stream that we all put in place together, I'm happy to say that the city is actively supporting projects that respond to this need. These projects include 60 Caledon Avenue with 107 units, 106 Bay Street with 55 units that opened recently, 1518 Upper Wentworth with 124 units. The second key insight from the Housing Needs Assessment, to remind everybody, Appendix A to the report, is the need to rehabilitate and maintain Hamilton's existing rental stock. So in 2021, Hamilton had a higher percentage of dwellings in need of major repairs compared to provincial average, 6.6% in Hamilton versus 5.7% in the province-wide. This is likely due to the age of our housing, with 32.8%, nearly one-third of our housing and those units being built in 1960 or earlier, well above the Ontario average of 22.7%. Renter households in Hamilton were also more likely to be in core housing need than the provincial rate, largely due to high levels of inadequate housing. One of the main challenges in addressing this issue is ensuring that rents don't rise significantly when buildings are being rehabilitated. Balancing the need for repairs with affordability is critical to maintaining access to safe and secure rental housing. The third insight from the Housing Needs Assessment emphasizes the need for greater diversity in housing size, particularly smaller ownership units and affordable family-sized options. In 2021, small households represented 60% of the households in Hamilton, yet only 32% of the housing stock consisted of small dwellings. This mismatch creates barriers to home ownership as large units are typically more expensive. Between 2016 and 2021, Hamilton saw an increase of over 3,200 large renter households, making up 41% of the total growth in renter households. This reflects a growing trend. Many families are renting because they cannot afford to buy homes with enough bedrooms. In 2023, just 7.3% of purpose-built rentals had 3 or more bedrooms, highlighting the need for more family-sized rental units. To help close this gap, the Secretariat has supported several projects that offer a mix of unit sizes, including 1, 2, and 3-bedroom options. However, a key challenge remains. There is a limited ability to control unit size in new developments, which makes targeted solutions more difficult to implement. The fourth insight from the Housing Needs Assessment highlights the growing need for housing that supports Hamilton's aging population, specifically affordable aging-in-place options and supportive housing. As we look towards this insight, I'd like to highlight the need for accessible units. As a person with a major physical disability, this is very near and dear to my heart. Under the Ontario Building Code, at least 15% of apartment suites in a multi-unit residential building must be designed with basic accessibility features. We understand that we must do better than this. The Housing Secretariat is working with all housing providers to ensure that the provincial percentage is being exceeded in all instances, and not just in the developments for the aging population. Between 2016 and 2021, adults aged 65 and over were the second fastest growing age group in Hamilton. Meanwhile, adults aged 45 to 64 made up the second largest age cohort. These trends indicate that Hamilton will continue to have a significant proportion of older residents in the coming decades. Sorry, I just need a drink. As these populations age, they will require appropriate supports, particularly affordable housing that enables aging in place, along with access to supportive housing services. Through the Affordable Housing Development Project stream, the Secretariat is supporting both Indigenous and nonprofit initiatives that address these needs. Ottawa Street has 32 units. 204 Gage Avenue has 40 units. 1067 Barton Street has 90 units. 95 Dundurn Street has 90 units, and 135 Mary Street is expected to have 155 units. These projects are helping to build a more inclusive housing system that meets the evolving needs of older adults. However, again, there are some challenges. Supportive housing is primarily funded by the province, and many older adults who need these services are lower income or living on fixed incomes, which limits their housing options. There will be, today I wanted to also touch on Appendix B of the report as it was presented to you. So there will be an amendment to the recommendations to remove today at this meeting, to remove the approval of Appendix B and direct staff to revise the federal template and bring it back to Council on September 17th for consideration. We identified that updates are needed to meet federal requirements, and we're actively working with SHS Consulting, our consulting firm, city staff, and the federal government to revise the template. The updated version will come back to Council on September 17th for consideration. This ensures we remain eligible for funding and aligned with national standards. So based on the findings of the housing needs assessment, staff are bringing forward 4 recommendations for council today for consideration. First, to formally approve the housing needs assessment, Appendix A only, to which was received in November 2024. Second, to develop a framework through which the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap, or as we call it, the HSIR, will evolve into the City of Hamilton's Housing Master Plan. Third, to implement a mechanism for evaluating and monitoring progress on the indicators identified in both the Housing Needs Assessment and the HSIR. And finally, fourth, to conduct further public engagement with priority groups to ensure their voices continue to inform housing policy and planning in the City of Hamilton. I want to thank you all very much for the opportunity once again to present today. To close, I want to emphasize that the Housing Needs Assessment makes one thing very clear. Hamilton needs a coordinated and strategic response for our housing challenges. The Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap gives us a strong foundation, but it's just the beginning. To truly meet the needs of our community, we must grow the HSIR into a full housing master plan. That means setting clear targets, building the right mix of homes, and working in partnership with all levels of government and community stakeholders to deliver what is required in Hamilton. Miigwech, and thank you.
Miigwech, Director. Director, did you want to go and have a seat then? And we'll pull down the screen. At this time, we do have, I do need to ask Elsie McCrae, because it's in my notes, to ask you.
So through the Deputy Mayor, maybe we could put the report on the floor first, and then we could speak to the amendment.
Okay, all right, so let's open the floor for questions. At this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to put both the receipt of the presentation and approval of the recommendations on the floor. So I have Councillor Crutch, Councillor Nan, and then ask Elsie McCrae.
So through the Deputy Mayor, there is additional, an amendment that Justin spoke to. So I'm just going to share my screen so everyone can see what the amendment would be, and then we would just need a mover and seconder to put it on the floor. So it's amending subsection A to remove approval of Appendix B as it needs revisions that Justin spoke to, and adding a subsection E that staff be directed to revise Appendix B respecting the federal template and bring it forward for consideration at council on September 17th.
Okay, thank you for posting that. I do need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. Councillor Crutch and Councillor McMeekin. Any questions, comments on this particular amendment, please? No. Oh, Councillor Clark, please.
So as I understand it, we have the HSIR, which we have already approved and we've been operating from. The HNA is something that the federal government has required of municipalities who wish to have affordable housing. Do we have any idea yet how much money will flow to Hamilton for affordable housing from the feds based on what we have completed so far?
Director, I'm just also mindful that we're talking about the amendment currently. I know that your questions, Councillor Clark, seems to be on the whole of the presentation. So is it okay if we deal with the amendment first, where we have to remove said part to have that put forward?
It's up to you.
I think let's deal with the amendment. I don't want to forget about that question, though, definitely. So any other questions on the amendment currently? Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you. I was out earlier talking to Director Lewis about this topic and data presented in the report. So my question to Director Lewis would be, understanding the amendment here in Appendix B and some updates that need to be done, but my specific question was around Table 1 in the report, and I understood from the staff point of view that this amendment and my comments around the Table 1 are related. So I just want to understand how Table 1 is being, in the report, is being handled here.
With the amendment of the removal of.
Yes,
okay.
if that's clear to
Okay,
Director
so
Lewis, please.
Director, if you're able to answer.
So sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, I'm going to take a crack at it, and maybe between Justin and Matthew, we can sort it out. So the report itself would stay the same. The recommendations, which are, if the amendment goes through, just to approve Appendix A to the report, then Appendix B would come back to council for consideration if the amendment goes through, and then it would be revised to whatever the changes need to be. As far as the table is in the report, as that was the report that was on the agenda, the table would stay the same. Matthew, do you want to change anything I said?
So through you, Chair, without knowing exactly what the amendments to Appendix B are at this point, that is correct. The report stays the same. If, however, the amendments to B are altered, when we bring it back at council, we'll ensure that there would be a revision to the report as well, and both would be provided to council. So that's perfectly clear if anything had to change, what was changed and why. But my understanding is it's just updates that need to happen to the appendix itself.
Counselor?
Yeah. The concern I had, to my knowledge, didn't have anything to do with Appendix B. So maybe the question I could ask is, where does the Table 1 from the report appear in Appendix B? Because my concern is about Table 1 in the report. So if maybe staff could point to the page where Appendix B contains the information that is displayed in Table 1, that might be helpful to resolve my concern.
In Appendix B?
There's some discussion on the bench currently, so we'll just wait for them to have some discussion.
So thank you for the question and through the chair. So Councillor, I understand what you're saying. There is the table within the report that is referenced in the report that is from Appendix B, and that's the concern, because if you're approving the report and that table is not crossed out or removed based on the fact that Appendix B is being removed from the report today, then that information should not stay there and should not stay within the report, is the question, right?
Correct, and I just need to show or be told the connection between Appendix B and what's in the report. So again, I would ask, can staff clarify where Table 1 in the report appears in Appendix B? And if it's there, and it, just as Director Lewis said, this will resolve my concern, I'll be fine with it. I just need to see the connection because I've not been able to find the information in Table 1 from the staff report in Appendix B.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, we're just looking for the exact page. I'm sorry, I don't have the page number at hand. I apologize. It's a long report.
Yes.
99. So page 99, Councillor, through the chair. Page 99 of Appendix B has the table, and that's the same table that's referred to in the report. And I apologize for taking so long to do that.
Okay. Counselor?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't see the same table there. There's a table on projections in 2036, but it's not the same information that I can tell here.
Okay. Director, please.
Yeah, and through the chair, the projections are in section 6 of Appendix B, page
93?
page 98.
98, okay. Okay, Clerk McRae is going to put it on the screen.
Through the chair, just one more point for Councillor Cassar. The table in the report is made up of the multiple tables, so it's a roll-up of the multiple tables of information. I apologize for that.
Okay, yeah, because what's on the screen there is not what's in Table 1 on page 7 of the staff report. So what Director Lewis just said is that there's an amalgamation or a consolidation of several tables from Appendix B that were used to create Table 1, page 7 of the staff report. Because Appendix B is going to be removed, that means that the Table 1 in the staff report will be revised as well, coming back to council?
And through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm clear. Thank you for taking the time to help me understand.
Okay, all right. On the amendment, these are, that Councillor Crutch is on the amendment? No. Councillor Clark is not on the amendment. Okay, all right. So since we have no other speakers on the amendment, we do have a mover and a seconder on the amendment, so may I please have your vote electronically? I hope we're all clear as to what the activity is. Okay. On the amendment, and the vote is up. Councillor Beatty is not here. Okay, and that vote carries 12-1. And let's move on to the report as a whole currently. I do already have a speakers list. I'm also mindful of time, that it is now 11:55. So I'm at committee's hands. Should we continue down this line of questioning and then we can just have lunch a little later, or would we like to have it now? Question, no, let's do it now. Okay. Councillor Crutch, followed by Clark, followed by Maureen Wilson. No, you're right. Councillor Clark was first. I am going by the speakers list. I'm very sorry. Councillor Clark first, please.
I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Yeah, I don't know the music. I think staff have jumped through several hoops here to satisfy the federal government to provide them a template. Much of what was in that template, they already know. There's no surprises in that template. If there's no surprises for us, there shouldn't be any surprises for the federal government. So I'm trying to understand whether or not this is a make-work project to string us along, or whether or not they're actually legitimately going to start providing funding for an affordable housing in our community. Because we've spent a lot of money moving this thing forward. I haven't seen a lot of money come from the feds. A little bit, but not near as much as what we're spending. Can you help me out?
Sure, and thank you for the question through the chair. Councillor, the funding that was spent first and foremost on the housing needs assessment that was done for us was spent from the Housing Accelerator Fund. It was a part of what we were required to do under the Housing Accelerator Fund. So any money that was spent around the housing needs assessment was done so through incentive, I believe it's incentive 5 under the 7 incentives under the program. As it relates to housing needs assessment, Councillor, I would have to agree with you. There are different parts of the federal government that have asked us for different things. So CMHC has asked us for a housing needs assessment through their Housing Accelerator Fund money that they're flowing to us. Other areas of the federal government are also asking for the template, which was the Schedule B document that came forward to you today. The two are quite different in their expectations around what they're looking for. And in some instances, the province is also looking for housing needs assessments as well. I can honestly say that I've been working with the finance team, Brian McMullen and Kirk Weaver, and we've been talking to AMO, and I believe AMO is of the same opinion that we really need to bring this together to have one expectation as opposed to multiple for different reasons. So we are in support of that, and we are working to have that for the future. As for today, this is the way it is. We're trying to meet the requirements of the federal government to ensure that funding continues to flow in some instances, and we're working to do that. So that would be my response to the question. So thank you for that, Councillor.
Thank you for your candor. I appreciate that, as always. Can I ask, how much did we spend on the SHS study, the review?
So currently, under the half funding, incentive 5, as I said, I believe that we've spent approximately $100,000 to do the housing needs assessment.
And all of that is being paid by the feds
Correct, through the Housing Accelerator Fund.
across the country?
For most municipalities that I'm aware of, Councillor, yes. The answer is yes.
Boy, that's a lot of houses that could be built. Thanks.
Up now is Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Alex Wilson, and then Councillor Jackson. So Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. I was particularly interested in this transition between, or from, pardon me, the HSIR to the master plan. Can you talk about that? I mean, I'll be honest with you, just from my perspective, just as a preamble, I think the HSIR is a bit of a mouthful, and it gets a bit difficult for people to say it when you expand the acronym. I don't think people understand it. When we compare it to the other things that we do here, we have a master plan system at the city, right? I know this was an idea from the previous term of council we adopted, but I'm just wondering if you could talk a bit more about that. And then I have a question about City Housing Hamilton.
Sure, and thank you for the question, Councillor, through the chair. You're not the first one that has told me, Councillor, that it's quite the mouthful to be able to say housing sustainability and investment roadmap. I say it every day, so it's getting easier for me, but I do like to go to the acronym sometimes too. I would say that being said, we do have, as a municipality and other municipalities across the province and Canada for that matter, do have master plans for other things. So this would be a way for us to then start to realign ourselves to be able to speak to it in such a way. I will say that as a part of the repositioning of the HSIR and making it the housing master plan, we'll be doing that through the coming months. That work will include and be a part of, we'll have the other strategies that relate to housing will form parts of that housing master plan. So it's about us really just organizing ourselves in a way that we already are doing through the roadmap, but also enhancing that and creating a master plan. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
It does. Thank you very much. I just want to get a better sense of what the activity is, because I think part of the challenge we face when we're trying to communicate with the public about this is it does seem like there's a lot of bureaucratic shuffling going on, shall I say, right? This is happening here. We're going to call it this now. There's this picture of a cycle, like all these things to folks who are out there struggling with housing needs or trying to communicate. Even myself sometimes get stuck in the language. So I think anything we can do to simplify things, make them clearer and more compact, the better. About City Housing Hamilton, I didn't see City Housing Hamilton mentioned in the report or in the presentation in a very meaningful way. And I'm pretty sure that, and I hope, that people who aren't on the board know about City Housing Hamilton's recent strategic development plan, which is a pretty bold, pretty amazing, hundreds of millions of dollars, of course, we're talking about nearly 300, if I recall correctly, plan to revitalize the city's housing provider to help us deal with the assets that we already have. Like in areas where there's not a lot of density, taking those places and making them more dense to be able to serve more people with affordable housing, to take on and pilot doing supportive housing. It was a huge plan, and it took us probably a year of conversation to get to that point. What I struggle with a little bit is I don't see the integration between what we're doing here. I understand this is technically a federal activity we're doing, and it's an exercise, and there's a template, and there's forms, and so on. However, if we're not centering our own housing provider in everything we do, what are we missing here? I really, as a member of the board of CHH, want to see us go beyond this relationship of service manager, which is the city, and City Housing Hamilton at an arm's length. Like for the general public and most of us, it's the city's housing provider, and they're trying to provide affordable housing. How do we make sure that everything we do and every single breath we speak of housing also finds a way to center that work?
So thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. I will say that is through the repositioning of the roadmap into the housing master plan. So it is my plan, and we've spoken with Sean and Adam at CHH to have the capital plan from CHH also form a part of the housing master plan, much like the housing and homelessness action plan will form a part. Other divisions have plans that will form a part. Any strategies or plans that relate to housing will form a part of our housing master plan. So this really does become our master plan that includes everything housing for us as a city, and it starts to organize us in a way that we've started to go in that direction, but it helps us start to articulate that in a different form.
Thanks very much. I just want to add a final comment. I've seen many other cities really lean in to their, whatever you call it, their municipal housing authority. Here it's City Housing Hamilton. And I think we have an amazing opportunity in front of us to not only leverage the assets it has available today, but to get into a multi-year investment plan from the city to ensure we can realize that. If we're able to do what that plan suggests, we could transform major parts of our city with respect to affordable housing. We can start seeing that housing in places where it doesn't exist right now and where it's really desperately needed, and we can take advantage of places that are not meeting the density demands, buildings that are maybe small, 1, 2-story dwellings that can be turned into 8, 20, 25-story dwellings, whatever it might be, and do that. So I'm hoping that this master plan will find a way to center that. I understand there are many housing providers in the city, but I think we can't pretend that one of them isn't our own, and we have to really do everything we can, I think, to make that clear to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. Just a quick check to LC McCray. Councillor Francis says that the feed is cutting in and out, so I just wanted to know if that's something we can double check on.
Through the Deputy Mayor, we will, but I do believe it's not on our end.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So now let's move on to Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Jackson. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for this report. I just want to make sure I understand what I deem to be an important figure of the 6.6% in need of repair with respect to housing. Can I just, is that, what do we know about that 6.6%? Is it publicly owned, or is it private market, or is it both? Could I have a little more intelligence on that if we have it? Thank you, through the chair.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. Specifically today, I don't have the breakdown of that, Councillor, but I can provide that after meeting today and get that information for you. What this percentage was meant to bring forward was the fact that, 6.6% for us as a city, and then the 5.7% for the province, just the magnitude of that, right? So we really wanted to emphasize that, but I can get you the breakdown after the meeting today. I apologize, I don't have it today.
No, not at all. And thank you through the chair. And I do appreciate that point. I think that was drilled home for us as a strategic priority in the HSIR, in that we have to see and we have to prioritize that existing stock, because it is the runway to houselessness if we enable corporate takeover, rent evictions, or if we disable investment and forcing people basically out because it's just not a sufficient and safe place to live. Thank you. My question two is, I'm probably unfair, but I am curious because I have heard one of our housing advisors, Professor Jim Dunn, talk to us, I think these are his words, the ticking time bomb that is before us in our above average aging profile, both in housing, but in the isolation that comes from folks trying to age in place. Perhaps they're overhoused, and or they're in an environment that is familiar to them. Their neighborhood is familiar to them. Their pharmacist is familiar to them. But with aging, they're not able to get out. And I'm wondering, perhaps, and I'm sorry the city manager isn't here, but I would have asked, we know that housing and transportation go together like peas and carrots. How is this information, perhaps, I would ask, just put it out there, informing our corporate priorities? I would assume that those people, we don't want them living in isolation in their home. We need them to be able to get out to their appointments. They may not have a largely female-supported care system. We need public transit. Is there any feedback that any staff member could provide me in how this is informing our corporate approach? Because that, in effect, as I understand it, is we've recognized in the HSIR and your work is this is not your work alone. This has to be a corporate priority in which everybody's rowing in the same direction. If I could have some response, perhaps from a GM Mater or the GM of Planning and Economic Development.
Through the chair, Grace Mater, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. And so I'm looking to my two colleagues on both sides of me when we talk about, that kind of corporate approach to this. And we want to make sure that we are aligning those priority areas. So we talked about the ability that through Justin with the HSIR does have a very wide ranging group of representatives, director representatives from across the corporation. We can ensure that we align their different areas as well as their priorities and bring that all together. And maybe that's also what helps inform that housing master plan to ensure that transportation is a component that we represent under it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My final question, if I have time, it perhaps is either to Director Lewis or to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. My colleague next to me here has been talking about ways and means in which for us to try and induce family-sized living for a long time. And I think what I've continued to hear is we don't have the capacity to inform and affect the private sector in their built form. We don't have it really in the DC legislation. That would be, in my opinion, the best place. Price always informs corporate activity. But if I could ask someone to speak to me, I know we have an outstanding policy request out there to come back with a report about what tools are available for us to address this outstanding issue of trying to incentivize family-sized units. Those are my questions. I appreciate the latitude. Thank you, staff, for this report.
Thank you. I see the Chief Planner Fayback is at the bench now, so Director Fayback, please.
Good afternoon. Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Councillor, you're correct. We are working on finalizing our family-friendly housing strategy. The intent is to bring that to Planning Committee and Council in Q1 of 2026. The goal would be ultimately to look at how and opportunities to put some of those requirements into some of our documents like zoning bylaws to see if there's a way to require larger units, but also look at other opportunities to incentivize that as well. I think what I'm hearing anecdotally through the industry is that there is more of a turn to larger family-friendly units, recognizing that there seems to be more of a market there. So the hope is that we will continue to see that through applications coming in, but also look at how we could require it. And so, Councillor, you may recall there have been some site-specific zoning bylaw amendments where we have required percentages of bedroom sizes within developments. So looking to see how we can continue to require that to ensure that, for the future, that there will be larger units for families of varying sizes.
Thank you. Just a final comment. I beg your pardon. Here's my concern with some of that. Is we're seeing a shift away from small units because the private sector can't sell small units. We have abandoned dog crates in the form of condos, and no one wants to build condos in the private marketplace because no one wants to buy them. They do not reflect the overwhelming housing needs as profiled in this report. So if we continue in the absence of these levers, these tools, these incentives to try and do that, eventually the market is going to retreat back and we're going to get, perhaps a return of stuff we don't need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Echoing some of the comments earlier that metrics and I think transparency, the ability to talk to the public about what we're trying, what results we're getting are really, really important. And this helps us get a little bit closer to those or identifies what some of them could be. Confirming that one of those is that over the next 10 years, there's a projection that we need just over 55,000 units. That's kind of one of the outcomes of the housing needs assessment is telling up to 2036, that 55,000 number.
I missed the question.
So just seeking confirmation that I've not lost the plot, that one of the more obvious conclusions here is we need 55,000 units by 2036.
Director, did you get that?
Yes.
Okay.
So thank you, Councillor, and through the chair, Councillor Wilson, to respond to your question, those 55 units are a part of Appendix B, which we are going back to amend, and some of those numbers will change. So I would say for today, we are approving Appendix A, which is Hamilton's Housing Needs Assessment. Appendix B is the federal templated needs assessment that needs a little more work that we'll bring back next week on Wednesday. So I wouldn't hold us accountable to those 55 units today. That number could be updated for next week.
Sorry, not 55, the 55,000.
Sorry, 55,000,
Okay, yeah.
sorry.
No,
That's
just
what
wanted to
I meant.
confirm.
I apologize.
No, I understood the earlier conversation as the numbers may change, but the sum was going to stay the same, but I'm hearing that the sum may also change. Okay. In 2024 and 2025 so far, just back the napkin math, we've approved over 8,000 units of private development. That's not shovels in the ground, that's up to private developers to actually build those units, but that speaks to what planning committee's done. I think fractured responsibility is really the theme here, and as much as we want to step into the metric tracking, that helps. It communicates who's doing what, who's doing their part. I want to go back to Councillor Kretsch's question, though, about CHH, as well as just our non-for-profit and our non-market sector more broadly. Through the HSIR and through some of the funding that's flowed already, are you, through you, Chair, just able to get a quick overlap of how many units are coming in the next coming years that have been funded? We've partnered towards that forthcoming target?
I know a couple for Ward 4, but I'll ask Director.
Yeah, the total across all projects would be helpful. Thank you.
For sure. So through the chair, Councillor, in December of 2023, we put in the Affordable Housing Development Project stream, which was approved by Council. Through that application process, to date, we have received 44 projects with approximately just 2,500 plus units associated to that. In our update communication that came out, I think it was in May of this year, we are funding 1,200 units to be built across those projects. It's 21 projects out of the 44 that we had been funding at that time. We are about to have a new communication out in the coming weeks to explain that that is actually going up. So I won't spoil the share, but there is a share coming that we will be talking about how that's increasing. So currently we're funding 21 projects that has been presented to everyone with 1,200 units approximately, and we're moving that number quite substantially in the coming communication. And through the project stream, we've had 44 proposals and approximately 2,500 plus units.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, a bit of an unfair comparison, just given the different silos in our department, but my assumption here is, maybe I can just get some commentary around this, is that these proposals are much more aligned with the type of housing need being discussed in this report. So they're either multiple bedrooms, larger units, they're being offered via either geared to income or another affordability measure. Am I correct in assuming, based on all the lists of the criteria that we've seen today, the different types of things that would be more helpful than other types of building, that these applications are generally hitting those marks more, especially the affordability one is, I think, an obvious, but any commentary about how they're doing to actually meeting some of these needs?
Sure, and thank you, Councillor, through the chair. You're exactly right. So as a part of our evaluation process, we are looking at the information around the units and the population that those units are serving. We also work directly with Housing Services Division to ensure that the populations and the units we're building are actually meeting the information that, or the populations that we need to meet. So through the PIC count, the point in time count, statistics through any of their dashboards and what they're seeing. We also sit at the Hamilton is Home Coalition with the not-for-profit housing providers, and that is a key relationship for us, because as we have those conversations, we're also working with them to make sure that their projects or proposals that they're submitting to us will meet those statistics, and we're sharing that information ongoing. So.
Just a final quick comment from me, Chair. I'm struck looking at the number of single detached units we've approved over the past year and a half versus some of the units we've already had built through this program. We've already built more affordable housing units through this program, lots more coming, than we approved SDUs in the past 16 months or so. And so I think that really tells us where the solutions are, where we're getting good bang for our buck, where our investment's paying off, and where we're actually moving it forward. I think it's really important whenever we're able to improve development, there is a component of just supply is helpful, for sure. But I think this really speaks to how targeted supply, affordable supply can have a differential impact and a differential return on the public investment going into them compared to only relying on private approvals that we're not seeing meet these specific criteria, or we're not seeing move towards these types of housing that our community needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Up now is Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. Through you to Director Lewis, and thanks for your presentation, Director Lewis. And if you've answered this to other colleagues' previous questions, forgive me. Sometimes I just need to ask it in my own language. On page 6 of your report, you've referenced the federal template, and that's what you've postponed today till council next week on September 17th. So we're referencing that traditional CCBF fund, the Canada Community Building Fund, with the bilateral agreement between the feds, Province of Ontario, and AMO, correct? Through you, Deputy Mayor Huang, please.
And through the chair, Councillor Jackson, that is correct.
Wasn't that fund traditionally set up for hard infrastructure of water, wastewater, and public transit? And please refresh my memory, have we used some of those funds in the past for housing? Through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
Director.
I will try my best through the chair. Councillor Jackson, I don't have the exact information for you today, but what I do know is there has been some other federal programs that were for linear infrastructure as it relates to housing in the past, very recent past, that the city had applied for. So I don't know, and I will have to rely on finance to speak to this, so I can get you an answer after the meeting. But I think what's happening here, because they're named so closely, that we may be conflating the two. So, but I could be wrong on that, Councillor Jackson, but we will find out the response for you and get back to you, okay? I apologize.
Follow-up email is fine, Director Lewis. So just to...
Sorry,
yes,
Councillor
please. I'm sorry,
Jackson.
Deputy Mayor. My apologies.
Just because the CCBF has come out as a second phase, and part of that second phase did change to include housing, that was part of the most recent federal allocation to AMO for the CCBF.
Thank you so much for edifying me, Deputy Mayor Huang, with that. So then just my last follow-up question, either to you or through you to Director Lewis. So your request for the postponement, is it then some aspect of the CCBF that at this moment in time we may not be complying with, hence no additional funds will flow for housing? Or did I misinterpret your request? And that's my last question, Deputy Mayor.
So through the chair, Councillor, I think there's a little bit of misinterpretation there.
Please correct me.
The federal government came out with a templated housing needs assessment, which was what Appendix B of the report was going to be today. However, they are very prescriptive in how we report back to them in that, which made some inconsistencies between what we're doing in our housing needs assessment for the city and that. There is no worry about not receiving the funding because through the federal government, the application has already been submitted. We just have to make amendments to Schedule B with them, and then that's when it'll come back to you next week.
You've raised my comfort level then, so it just sounds more administrative, procedural in terms of the type of report or data they want back. How's my layman's interpretation, or did I blow that one as well, Director Lewis?
And through the chair, you are correct. There's a couple references to things we don't like that we want to remove as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Up now is Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Some observations. Thanks for the report. I like what most of what I'm hearing about what we're hearing here. The presenting problems, sorry, let me preface it with this. It's good to see that we're seeming to be developing more of a shared sense of intergovernmental purpose, and that's good. Where I think it may be falling short and I don't think the director has any control over this, so it's just a general observation, is we have I'm told 414,000 building permits approved in Ontario that aren't moving forward. They're delayed, stalled, won't happen. Some of it's because of what Councillor Wilson said around the condo market collapsing. Has to do with what you can control and you can't control. And I was fascinated with the director's occasional reference to incentives. I hear from my continuing discussions with people in the industry that the three major concerns around not being able to move forward as quickly as they'd like have to do with the cost of land, red tape, which we hear from the West End home builders all the time, and a lack of ability to access financing. There were programs in the ancient past, at least 50, 55 years ago, that the feds did where incentives were offered to builders, but they had to build purpose-built housing. And I think that's where we fall, all levels of government fall potentially short. Incentives should be reserved for the kinds of projects that are meeting the needs that we're defining as most urgent, 2, 3-bedroom rentals, what rental accommodation generally. I think you've made that point overwhelmingly clear. I wrote to the Prime Minister and suggested on short term, the idea of prefab housing's a nice club to have in your golf bag, but it's not going to help immediately. What would help immediately would be to, on a focused basis, on a fair basis, make financing available to those who are prepared to build the kinds of housing that we need, primarily rental accommodation, not just leaving it so open. Like I'm not keen on subsidizing builders who are building $1.2 million homes, right? When we know from the study that has been very well presented that the real need is around the rental market. So I make those observations. I'm glad the feds are seemingly developing a partnership arrangement with the province and potentially municipalities. I know about your good work at AMO and FCM's good work as well. But getting real, it's about land, red tape, and financing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Seeing as there are no additional speakers on the, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, I did indicate through the online option, but I don't know what's going on. So first of all, thank you to the staff who are involved in preparing this report and its recommendations. I think one of the most important pieces about it for me, not only as a councillor around the table, but also as a resident in the city who's often challenged with trying to articulate clearly where we are as a municipality in terms of understanding the needs in our community, but more importantly, what are we leading on and how are we doing, right? So that evaluative framework piece here may seem nerdy to some, but it's really important piece of transparency and accountability work for our municipality and for our residents, I think. Measuring our progress against housing targets and commitments, being able to identify our emerging trends and adjusting our strategies accordingly, ensuring accountability by regularly reporting on key indicators, and ultimately strengthening our ability as a city to respond to the evolving housing challenges and ensure that our strategies are effective, that we are being transparent as a municipality, that this is what we're investing in and this is what we're advocating for. This is how we brought our housing sector together, whether it's private sector or not-for-profit. And here's what we're delivering in terms of those community needs and being able to be really sharp as a municipal level of government, being able to be nimble and ready to work with the provincial and federal partners when it comes to those every 4 years rebranded housing investment strategies. So appreciate that, yeah, some of this is bureaucratic back-end work in order to enable us to work with other levels of government. But I think fundamentally for the residents of our city, what it's going to enable us to do is be able to have a cohesive report that is, very, very clear to understand. So looking forward to the work that's coming as a result of this report. Thank you.
Counselor Pauls, please.
I don't know if I missed it or not, so bear with me. I heard 21 projects and 12,100 units, affordable unit. How many of those were either geared to income or wraparound service for the homeless or for the people that we see outside every day?
So through the chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. So it's 1,200 units, not 12,000
Oh,
units.
1,200. That's even
1,200
less.
units and
I wish it
21
was
projects.
12,000,
Those
come
would be
on.
really big buildings. So what I will say is that of those, it's almost an exact split of supportive housing units. There's just over 400 supportive housing units within that 1,200. Sorry, yeah, it's just about a split in half. My math is not mathing today, I apologize. But it is a split of supportive versus affordable housing, basically. So those supportive housing units are going to provide those wraparound supports. They're going to look to address people who are in encampments or experiencing homelessness on the by name list. Your affordable housing units will then start to pull from the access to housing wait list and be able to, and that's where we start to work with Michelle Baird, Director Baird, and Housing Services to ensure that, you know, RGIs are put in place, rent supplements are put in place for those units. But under the affordability umbrella, I would say that just as a general rule, your affordable housing units are the ones that will speak to your RGI and your rent supplements. Your supportive housing units are really going to speak to those wraparound supports that people need for addiction, mental health, that sort of thing.
So 1,200 units built and 400 were supportive. The rest were all affordable? Were any geared to income?
I don't know the number on the rent geared to income, Councillor, but I can provide you that information after the meeting.
That would be great, because when we talk about affordable, you know, affordable is what, 30% of your income, I guess. I'm not sure what it was, but they're still paying $1,500, $1,600. So I don't know if that's affordable for the climate we're at right now with affordability. So I just would like to know how many of the 1,200, 400 supported, how many were geared to income if these are nonprofit? Okay, thank you.
For sure, and through the chair, we'll get that information for you, Councillor and Chair, after this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, we do have a mover and a seconder on the whole or with the amended. Yes. So may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. And committee, just as we're waiting for that vote to come up, my hope is that we'll get through the amendments to the outstanding business list before we break for lunch. So that way we can just. And that vote carries 13-0. Thank you. Let's move on to 811, which is the amendments to the outstanding business list. There are items that are considered complete and removed. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to put the amendments on the floor, please? Councillor Beattie and Councillor Nan. Any questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, may I please have your vote electronically? Vote is up. And that vote carries 13-0. Thank you. We will take a break for lunch. It is 12:32, so let's look at 103. Just to be, you know, the weird odd number. So we'll come back for 1 o'clock with 3 minutes. It is 1:03. I am thankful to all of the counselors that are in this room right now. I will potentially name and shame the other counselors that are not here. That's Anyway, thank you so much. Let's move on to 9, which is motions. 9.1 is support from the provincial government and federal government to build correctional facility capacity. Councillor Spatafora, would you like to introduce your motion and your seconder, please?
Deputy Mayor Wang, I will. My seconder is Councillor Francis. This motion was a notice at the last meeting. It's been here for a few weeks. I've had conversations with different colleagues, some that are supportive, some that are not. I'm not looking to get into a debate. At least I'm not over whether it's right or wrong. In my opinion, and the conversations I've had, capacity should never be a reason for criminals who are convicted to get out of jail. I think capacity issues also limit the ability to, provide some of the programmings that people talk about that we should be offering for rehabilitation. I think we owe it to our correctional officers as well to ensure it's a safe environment. And I think all those reasons are a good reason for us to ask these questions. I'll just read out that therefore be it resolved that the Government of Ontario and Canada be requested to prioritize and fund the immediate construction of new correctional facilities and the expansion of existing ones to ensure violent, dangerous, and repeat offenders are not released due to capacity limitations, provide sufficient resources for rehabilitation, mental health services, and staff safety measures within all new and existing facilities, and collaborate on long-term capacity planning and offender management strategies, including data sharing, coordinated capital investment schedules so that future demand can be met without compromising public safety. And B, shows where I'd like the motion to be circulated. That's it for me, and I'll be quiet now.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Spatafora. We do have a speakers list open. Councillor Alex Wilson, followed by Councillor Critch and Councillor Pauls. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of the proposed motion today. A couple of pieces informing my decision there. One, the Ford government's already announced they're doing this anyway. They've announced that they're spending $180 million to build 150 new beds in Ontario over the next 3 years. That's over $1 million a bed for those doing the math. This announcement came following a devastating ombudsman report uncovering horrific conditions and, yes, extreme overcrowding in Ontario's corrections facilities. In the annual report, Ombudsman Paul Dubé said his office has received a staggering increase in the number of complaints related to corrections facilities, up 55% to over 6,800 complaints in a given year. Investigators from the Ombudsman's office visited jails all over Ontario to observe the conditions, and those were concerning. At various facilities, they said that they were met with overcrowding and growing conditions of tension between inmates and staff who are increasingly burnt out. The Ombudsman report goes on to say this is not just a legal and policy failure, it is a moral one. If left unaddressed, the consequences will continue to reverberate through our courts, our communities, and our collective conscience. I think we can all agree that's not what we're looking for. Also goes on to add that violations of inmates' rights, something that occurs much more frequently in overcrowded prisons, undermines the administration of justice itself. Courts have reduced sentences and granted early parole due to unlawful treatment behind bars. Some inmates have even applied to have their charges, even murder charges, stayed because of the human rights abuses they faced during their time in an Ontario correction facility. Continuing to read right from the Ontario Ombudsman website, the Ford government has placed an increased rhetorical emphasis on bail reform and increasing jail sentences, rolling out a plan to build more jails. Existing facilities, however, are overcrowded and overcapacity. We're overcapacity by hundreds and sometimes thousands of individuals, not 150. Nicole Myers, a Queen's University sociology professor, said at its core, we must remember innocent people are the ones being jailed. Many of these folks are not subsequently found guilty of an offense it's alleged they've committed, she said. So the reality is the people are being punished. They're serving what amounts to a sentence prior to a conviction and often in the absence of a conviction. And this really gets at the heart of what the actual issue is. If 80% of people in Ontario jails are just waiting for their bail hearing, they're innocent until proven guilty. If 80% of our capacity is filled with innocent individuals, then this is a failure of the courts to be acting in a timely manner. This is a court failure, which I will add is entirely provincial. Don't just have to take my word for it. Stacey Hannum, a criminology professor at Wilfrid Laurier University, said her first thought in hearing the news is that 150 beds across the Ontario system is like putting a Band-Aid on a giant gaping wound. She adds that the new beds barely alleviate the issues in the correction system, and her take is that the province needs to first address the root causes of crime and fund communities to manage mental health, substance use, and access to housing. She goes on to share that throughout history, you look at periods of economic crises and periods of great disparity, and inevitably, that leads to more people coming into conflict with the law. The report released, in 2021-2022 by the Canadian Civil Liberties Association found that Canada-wide, 70% of folks waiting in provincial or territorial correction facilities waiting their bail hearing, not yet proven guilty, no charges against them. In Ontario, that was just under 80%, showing Ontario's worse than the rest of the country on this file. The Criminal Lawyers Association, in response to the Ford government's pledge to build more jails, said, "This is nothing more than political rhetoric. If and when the Premier wants to engage in a serious discussion about finding ongoing solutions to continue to improve Ontario's criminal justice system and the public's perception of it, the Criminal Lawyers Association remains committed to participating and doing its part to assist." This loss of trust that I think we're all feeling, this loss of feeling of safety that we can all point to when we look at extreme acts of violence in our community that feel like they're happening more frequently, when we see these big events, I think it's important that we're able to have evidence-based conversations about community safety. The evidence is out. The evidence is clear. The experts have spoken. What we need is reform to the courts in the same way that residential tenancies hearings are backed up at the LTB because there's no funding for adjudication, there's no funding to have these things happen. We all pay the cost when justice is delayed. It's on all of us to pay for that food, that lodging, those correctional officers in what is frankly increasingly a humanitarian crisis. Expanding this, wasting provincial dollars when this is the return on investment, one bed in a prison for over $1 million invested, that is an awful return on investment compared to our housing needs assessment saying we could be building 3 affordable homes nearly for the same amount of investment here in Hamilton. Not cells, homes. I don't support this. I don't think this is a responsible ask of the province given our other competing asks. And I'd ask committee members to think about the evidence they're using to base their decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Crutch, followed by Pauls, and then McMeekin. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks very much, and I've cut out some of my speaking notes from some of the things that Councillor Alex Wilson said, but I want to start by saying we need more housing, not more jails. I'm going to read from correspondence from Professor Justin Pichet from the University of Ottawa's Department of Criminology, because importantly, I think facts and evidence matter, and frankly, he knows a hell of a lot more than I do. As Professor Pichet says, first, it's important to note that research and government reports dating back to the 1800s, including in this country before and after Confederation in 1867, have consistently shown that imprisonment is costly and ineffective where the goal of improving community safety is concerned. If our goal is to improve community safety, putting people in jail will not do that, and the evidence is overwhelming for centuries on the subject. Research by Dr. Pichet's colleague, Emeritus Professor Irvin Waller, who is internationally recognized as a leading victims advocate and violence prevention expert, has shown that for every single dollar invested upstream in violence prevention, we can save $7 on reacting through policing, courts, prisons, and victims services costs. So from a fiscal perspective, this doesn't make any sense. The assumption that more provincial and federal prison spaces will enhance community well-being and safety that underpins this motion is not only incorrect, but completely misses the mark in terms of what we can actually do to make us safer, all while setting taxpayers up to have more of their money wasted. Professor Pichet goes on to say that his time working in the system, and this is from a criminal lawyer who started out, as he says in his correspondence, as someone who was seeking to put people in jail, who was supporting these kinds of things, and then spent decades in the system, decades working with people, and realized this is harming more than it's helping. He says, years of reading scholarly research has led him to the position that Canadians are far better served by alternatives to policing and imprisonment that are proactive in preventing violence. rather than reactive measures that too often make things worse. And I'll speak from my own personal experience. I have sat across from folks at the Police Services Board and have plainly asked, really quite clearly, can we measure how we are preventing crime? Can we do the kinds of things that we need to do for care in our community? And they have absolutely said, no, Councillor, we cannot. Crime prevention is an aspiration. It is not something that we can do. It's not something we can measure. And it's not necessarily something that's going to continue to work in the ways that it used to, perhaps, many, 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 many decades ago. I'll finally start with some statistics before I turn to something I think we should all be concerned about. As he says, as we consider this motion, it's important to note that since taking office, the Ford government has announced up to $2.7 billion for new provincial jail infrastructure projects, right? $2.7 billion. That'll add about 1,571 beds should they get built. Data compiled by Stats Canada reveals that it costs an average of $367 a day to imprison just one person in an Ontario provincial jail. That amounts to roughly $11,163 a month, or $133,955 a year. By the way, it's more than any of us make. If the Ford government sees through all the jail infrastructure plans it has announced since taking office and the additional 1,171 jail beds get filled, Ontario taxpayers will be on the hook for at least another $576,000 a day, $17.5 million a month, or $210 million a year in operational costs, in addition to the $1.25 billion spent on running our provincial prison system in 2022 and 2023. And this is on top of the $2.7 billion Queen's Park has earmarked for jail infrastructure construction. I agree with Professor Pichet, who's an expert on the subject, who knows what he's talking about, who has experience in the system. We should do what's proven to make our communities safer, not fearmonger, not follow paths that have been proven not to work, not waste money on prison expansion, but to ensure the provincial government provides access to everyone in our society to first-class healthcare, first-class education, and housing, not to spend time building cages. And I'll say, as we approach the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th, that we ought to think about the mandatory training all of us had to take in this organization, and what Indigenous leaders told us in that training, the disproportionate number of Indigenous people who are in our prison system. And I want to say to you that we all ought to be thoughtful about this every day. In communities where we can't even provide the basics like clean drinking water, what our duty is to provide care before we inflict harm. Thank you.
Thank you. And on now to Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. Before Councillor Sparafora was putting that motion, I was wondering about our bail reform, and I want to say that yesterday I went to a town hall meeting in Waterdown hosted by MPP Donna Skelly, and Office of the Associate Minister of Auto Theft and Bail Reform, the Honorable Z. Hammett was there. And a lot of people there were concerned about the stats, how many people were out on bail reform. In Hamilton, I think I heard right, there's over 800 people. There's I think over 600 that are sex offenders living right here. And some of them are violent repeat offender. They continue to pose a serious threat to our safety in our community. I am putting a motion on the police board because the Ontario Provincial Bail Compliance and Warrant Apprehension, BCWA, grant established to strengthen the police. Here, the police have to keep an eye on these people. And there's over 800. How many police officers we have? So they did give us funding in 2023 to 2026. My motion is to make sure we get more funding and expand. If we have that many people in Hamilton that are on bail reform, we need help. We heard about the auto theft, all that. So the reason why I am going to support Councillor Sparafora motion is because I want to see if there's a link to why people are not getting processed and going to jail. Is it because we don't have enough jails or not? I don't know. So that's the reason I'm going to support it. And then I heard that The federal government hasn't opened a new facility in jail for over 25 years. So they have it. The province has. The province is spending money, but not the federal. So when a crime is violent crime and the offender, they have to go federally. And if there isn't enough facility, we have to really look at it. So this is the reason why I'm supporting to look at, to see what is happening. If there is a link, why these offenders, they do, okay, you know, there's been violent crime going around. Why are they out on the street? They said, okay, come back in another year, or come back in, you know, whatever. We need to know. And the people yesterday at that town hall meeting, they were all concerned. They were all asking fantastic questions, and they were frustrated. And they do, so that is the reason why I'm supporting it, and find out if there is a link, and I'm looking forward at our board, the police board that I'm on, to present this motion that, you know, we get more funding so that our police officer, we don't have to pay. The province helps us with the BCWA. So, thank you.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Clark. So Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I happened to be at the same meeting last night and have a little bit different take on what happened. There's a big difference between the need to look at bail reform and incarcerating people who have a history of violent crime, sexual abuse, and such, from which society needs to be protected, and building more prisons to incarcerate people, which statistically has shown a lot of people are waiting for a trial, are innocent until proven guilty, as Councillor Kretsch has noted. It's interesting, like Councillor Kretsch, I follow Professor Piget's work. He reports that the current provincial government, since coming to office, has in fact built 1,571 new beds at a cost of almost $3 billion. So why this particular thing comes up in the context of concern about bail reform is troubling to me. I thought, by the way, I just want to compliment police services, because I thought the police service component of the meeting last night was handled brilliantly and very fairly, and the word balance kept coming up. You know, we need to balance competing interests and make sure we're doing what's fair and just and logical. I don't think the proposal here, particularly if one is concerned, I think Councillor Pauls, who was at the meeting and for whom I have a lot of respect, said she wanted to see if there's a link, you know, and that's why she wants to support the motion. Well, I would think you'd want to see if there was a link before you supported the motion. And I'm not sure there is a link. She may think there's a link, and she may be right. I don't know, but I'd like to see that evidence before I would be comfortable supporting something as generically potentially not as helpful as I think an investment of $210 million a year would be if it were invested in mental health services and housing and such. That's already been noted. It's interesting that, because Councillor Kretsch talked about since the 1800s, since the 1960s, when Professor Wolfensberger came out with his normalization philosophy about closing down certain facilities that were housing people with certain kinds of mental health struggles. The whole concept was to do that, and the word normalization was there, and part of the normalization was to provide the mental health and caring services that would be needed to sustain people who are trying to adjust to some of the presenting difficulties. The fact of the matter is, provincially, three different levels of government, all three levels of government that I'm familiar with, failed in that regard to provide those mental health supports. And we're seeing the outcome of that today. So with those brief comments, I don't intend to support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Up now is Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate the comments from all of my colleagues. I may not agree with all of them, but I most certainly appreciate their rapt attention to this particular motion. Bail reform is a significant issue, but to be fair, I think the issue was created more when the federal government changed the judicial system and the criminal code to enable judges to put people back on the street. And now we are seeing the outcome of that, where there are examples, and by no extent of the imagination are they all of the situations, but there are people who have been back out on the street for a gun crime and then committed another gun crime, and been back out on the street for that 2 crimes and then killed someone. So it is happening. But bail reform is a federal responsibility. The provinces most certainly would need to be a part of the discussion, but it is a federal obligation and responsibility. And Prime Minister Carney, I would suggest in the last campaign, he made a commitment to deal with bail reform. So let's see what happens when he comes into the House. I can't speak to the federal correctional facilities other than to say I believe Councillor Kretsch is correct that they are overpopulated. Federal facilities have been overpopulated for some time. And Councillor Pauls is correct. They house some of the most violent and egregious offenders. Councillor McMeekin knows this all too well, that those individuals are properly held in a federal penitentiary because of the crimes they committed, and in some cases the risk because they have not rehabilitated adequately to be released back onto the streets. I worry about requiring or asking the federal government and the provincial government to build a new correctional facilities, because I can recall the days when I was on the Executive Council of Ontario that municipalities that were lobbying for penitentiaries and correctional facilities, the offer ended up being, well, where would you like us to put it in your community? So we have a jail, Barton Street Jail, in our community. We have several halfway houses. Councillor Jackson can speak to them. We've been dealing with them for many years as a council, and some of the challenges with the release of sexual predators into the community and how they monitor them. And I recall the debate that we had too many halfway houses in Hamilton. And so if you're going to ask for more prisons, be prepared. They're going to say, where would you like us to put it? I'm not opposed to starting the discussion with the federal and provincial government about where they are going to expand the beds. But I don't think what the Premier has suggested, I think it was 150 beds, that's not going to solve the issue that people around this table are worried about. I can point to in my ward, Deputy Mayor, we have seen a significant increase in crime, and the police are responding. And we have a crime in Ward 9 and policing in Ward 9 Town Hall on September 24th at the Salvation Army church there at 6 o'clock. What we are seeing is organized criminal activity, stealing automobiles, breaking into houses while people are sleeping, and breaking into cars. We have videos that we have shared with the police. We know they're there. The police know they're there. And somehow, while the police are in one community, they're operating in another area of Ward 9 or other wards. So this is happening across the city. It's not just in Ward 9. So residents are rightly fearful about being safe in their home. That does not necessarily migrate to we need more prisons, but we do need to address it in terms of how the police keep us safe in our communities. So I'll support it reluctantly because I think we need to have the discussion, and this is going to start prompting that discussion. But I don't think we're going to see a new, I won't support a new prison in Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Up now is Councillor Jackson, Councillor Cassar, followed by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Cassar, please.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll just start from, I think, a common interest here. I think everyone in their comments has expressed the need for community safety. And as Councillor Alex Wilson highlighted, human rights within the correctional facilities, terrible, terrible conditions. So I think there's a common interest both around this horseshoe and probably widely throughout the community to have a safe community and good treatment within those facilities. But as also was pointed out, the issue here is not the space, it's the court system. So I think the mover has seen an issue and said, hey, we need to maybe do our part to solve that. I just think if the ask was for the provincial government to invest significantly to move the needle on this and follow the research on the best way to do that, which would be the process based on everything I've read and what I've also heard echoed here today, that would be a good move. I think going particularly to this solution, which has by experts been deemed not to be actually where the best way to spend money is, that's not such a helpful motion. Secondly, we've also seen that the provincial government has been reported throughout the summer is investing a lot of money or plans to invest a lot of money, $2.7 million in this already. So it's kind of a moot point. They're already doing that. But it also brings me to the point that it's really not our scope of responsibility. It is a provincial responsibility. They've made some decisions. I don't think they're following the facts. So for that reason, I think we need to stick to the topic of earlier in the day. We need help from the province on housing and homelessness and many other things. That should be where we should continue to advocate for. I understand why the mover brought this motion together or to us here to deliberate. I just don't think it's asking for the right thing, so that's why I will not support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Francis. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang. Just briefly, I want to thank Councillor Spadafora for starting a conversation. My antenna is telling me, Deputy Mayor Huang, that public opinion is definitely swinging towards a victim-based focus. I've heard some comments here today about the criminals, about their conditions in these jails, violent criminals, and is that the proper place to house them is what I'm hearing, possibly. And the pendulum is swinging, Deputy Mayor Huang, within community, society overall. And people are tired of recidivism. People are tired when a judge lets out a violent criminal 2-3 years ago, all recorded, all publicly stated, and that individual that had a history and a record of violent crime is out on bail and ambushes a hero cop in Caledonia, and that life is lost. People are getting sick and tired of this. And the criminal-based focus about, well, we got to rehab these people, Tom, and we got to give them a second, third, fourth chance in life. For those that have committed nonviolent crimes, I want to help and support them to transform their lives. I sincerely do. But those that have a violent criminal history and continue to commit violent crimes, I don't want to make a list. I could easily present a list today of those innocent victims of violent crime, and we have all the celebrations of life and how awful it is and sorry and shouldn't have happened. I attended the one on the top of Jackson Square with some of my colleagues a few months ago to that poor innocent woman that was killed, spraying of bullets. Folks, the conversation is getting serious, and it's going to lead to an overhaul someday, and I hope someday soon, about the criminal justice system and the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Do you know under the Youth Criminal Justice Act, Deputy Mayor Huang, a 17-year-old who knows better and commits a violent crime We can't even publish their name unless the judge gives an exceptional order. Don't tell me a 17-year-old doesn't know what they're doing. I'm supporting Councillor Spatafora because he's opened up a conversation. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang.
Thank you, Councillor. On now to Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wang. I don't see this as housing versus jails. We absolutely need both, much more supportive housing and space to lock up these hard criminals. Without both, we can't protect our communities or get our crime under control. So this motion tackles a jail issue, which hasn't seriously been addressed this term. So I'm glad it's here, and I want to thank the mover for bringing it here. You know, both jails and housing are severely underfunded from higher levels of government. So I appreciate opening this conversation. It is important. And ultimately, you know, picking up where Councillor Jackson was going with it, it's time to keep violent criminals behind bars. And if that takes building more jails, then let's build them. Thank you.
Thank you. First-time speaker is Councillor Tattison, please.
So I understand sensationalism. I understand the politicizing that's going around this. But as an administrator for a school for 20 years who's dealt with implementing rules for the common good, I do understand behavior management. So no one can argue that some people are a danger to a larger society and they need to be incarcerated at times in their lives, for sure. Across our general public, there will always be a variance in what I call the continuum of compliance. Some people regularly and naturally comply. No matter what the external circumstances, they will always follow the rules and they will always abide by the law. It's what they do, whether it was their upbringing or some other factors, it's just in them to do that. Others, however, for whatever reasons, do not comply. It could be their upbringing. It could have been a significant event in their lifetime. It could be some sort of behavioral, psychological issue or experience that have led them to be prone to react in negative ways to our laws and will fall, unfortunately, into violent ways in order to deal with their issues. So from that point of view, I think society needs to deal with things in a different way. I think what Councillor Clark says, that this is about starting a discussion with other levels of government, it does make sense to me. And I think the discussion is worth having, even if we don't necessarily support the same outcome that the motion seeks. So I'm going to support the motion on those merits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Call for any other first-time speakers before I go to second-time speakers. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify a comment I made earlier that I heard rephrased, and so I just want to be really clear with what I was saying. I heard earlier that talking about the human rights in jails is not centering victims, and I just want to be really clear. The context with which I brought up that point was that someone who's convicted of murder was released from jail because the jail violated their human rights. That's someone who is convicted of guilt, let out, because of that's exactly what I'm hearing everyone else saying we want to avoid. So the conditions in jails right now are another thing contributing to that outcome that also needs to be addressed, and just really wanted to center that. To everyone's comments about we can't deny that this is happening, that there's real things, great, not saying it's not. What I'm saying, and I think the point I'm really trying to make as clearly as possible, is there's over 8,000 people in Ontario's corrections facilities today. That is not 8,000 gun-related charges. That is not 8,000 sexual violence-related charges. Those are a vast subset of those charges. The vast majority are folks waiting on possession for drug hearings, smaller, minor offenses, that they're waiting for the administration of justice to go through. I'm hearing the same thing from folks. I don't think it does any service to victims to make them pay for new jails. I don't think it does any service to victims to make them pay for, at the end of a process, someone says, well, we've had them actually for 60 days, and so we're just going to let them out now because we can't, it's no point in having a bail hearing. We've already met the timeline. They've already been punished, essentially. There's no point. That's what a lot of these are as well. It's not necessarily just bail reform. It's sometimes the timelines lapse, and courts have to make a decision. Are we proceeding with charges, or are we going to proceed with dismissing charges because timelines in Canada's access to justice lapse? This is an issue of access to justice, and where we allocate resources is unfortunately a zero-sum game. Putting them in places that don't make the solution better, that don't target upstream, is delaying justice. I've heard that we all want to expedite justice. I think it's really important that we're strategic with where we ask for investments from the province. And I just wanted to clarify some of my comments earlier because, again, I think I'm being very clear here in that the evidence says to give victims better access to justice, we need to have a system that actually works for everyone, where we can have hearings in the timelines, we can get to real outcomes, and people aren't being released because their human rights were violated or because there wasn't a chance to go through a process because the timeline ran out. That's where we are today, and that's where we are today because of provincial underfunding of the courts that really accelerated in 2018. And now we're seeing a lot of these challenges a couple years later.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Crutch for a second time, please.
Thanks. I really want to underscore that point, if I can, specifically, because I hear you, Councillor Taddison, what you're saying generally and broadly makes sense. But the root cause of this is not the jail system, right? What we're hearing from all the people who collect the evidence, from the criminal lawyers who participate in this, is that it's the criminal court system that's the issue and it's backlogged. And so judges aren't sitting around a bench and saying, oh, well, I've got the capacity limits here for the prisons. I guess we don't have enough room today, so we're going to put this person out in the street. Like, that's not what's happening in these situations. We're literally not meeting statutory legal timelines for adjudicating justice. Like, this country is a joke in that regard, and so is this province. It's laughable, and it's hurting our communities. And so what happens is when those timelines expire, then we have no other choice because of the way the law is written, but to let them out. And this is not the start of any conversation in any way, shape, or form. This conversation has been started long ago and continues to be pushed by the provincial government. And us sitting here saying, well, we're gonna ask the provincial government a question. They're already asking the question to themselves, and they're already spending billions and billions of dollars to fund this. It's very disingenuous from my perspective to pretend that something's happening here that it's not. We're not starting a conversation. The conversation's happened a long time ago, and this, as far as I'm concerned, again, is like the criminal justice lawyers associations have said, not going to improve conditions for anyone in our community.
I have more speakers on the speakers list. Councillor Spadafora, followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor Spadafora, please.
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, obviously we like to dump all the blame on the provincial government. I'm not saying they're without blame, but let's keep in mind this is a city of our size that doesn't have a full-time federal crown that is appointed to this city. And I don't disagree with all the comments around the table. If you want to talk about jail or a bail reform, bring a motion. I better motion about jails because we're at way over capacity. You want to bring a motion about the reform? Bring it. You want to bring a motion about the human rights part of the jail? Bring the motion. Talking about jails, talking about relieving the capacity issues in jails, making sure there's not even a thought in any judge's mind that capacity could be a reason to let someone go. You want to go after somebody? Ask the federal government why the city of Hamilton doesn't have a full-time crown that sits here every day and prosecutes the violent gun offenders. Bring that motion, have the conversation. Don't twist your stuff into my motion. My motion's about jail, it's about capacity. It's great that the provincial government's investing money, 150 beds, none of them at Barton Street. None of them at Barton Street. Milton, Sudbury, none here. How does that help the correctional officers at Barton? It doesn't. So you want to get up in arms about bail reform? Bring a motion. You want to get up in arms about the court system? Go get a federal crown attorney appointed to Hamilton full-time instead of a part-time one. It's a motion about capacity. If you don't want more jail capacity, vote no. Spending an hour for no reason.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Spadafora. First-time speaker, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. Councillor Clark, please.
You know, when we have a prisoner who committed murder and is released from a federal penitentiary because of his human rights being violated, because the federal government does not have sufficient space and beds in that prison, then that sends an alarm bell, it should, to the federal government. I'm not sure if they're addressing that based on what I'm reading, 25 years since they built a new prison And what they have done is thrown prisoners into one cell and added extra beds. So where there were 2 beds, there are now 6. They're sleeping in the hallway, kind of like our hospital, really. With regards to bail reform, and forgive me, I brought that up, but I brought it up under the auspices that it was Prime Minister Carney who admitted that we needed bail reform. He wanted to undo what Prime Minister Trudeau had done, which was releasing prisoners. A justice of the peace or judge is releasing a prisoner saying, well, you're a good boy, so don't break the rules and I'll put you out on bail, instead of putting them in jail and remanding them. That's what's happening. And then those people who are put back on the street are committing another crime with a different gun, and they go back in and they get released again. And in some cases, it happens several times, not just once or twice. That's because there's not enough beds. If there were beds in the prison that they could accommodate them, and the judges weren't concerned about their human rights, then they would be putting them in the prison, and there wouldn't be people who have died in our community because someone had been released based on bail and they'd committed another gun crime. So I disagree with my colleague to the left, and I'm not making that statement politically. It's just we sometimes disagree, but we're also kind of like salt and pepper. Sometimes when you mix us together, we get good seasoning. So in this case, I really believe that we should begin that conversation. I think it is reasonable. If we don't poke the bear's not going to wake up to what's going on.
Thank you. I appreciate the food and seasoning reference. Thank you, thank you. So Councillor McMeekin, please, as a second-time speaker.
We're certainly a tossed salad at least. And so I'm pleased that Councillor Clark mentioned our Prime Minister. I think our Prime Minister is right that we need bail reform, and I am optimistic that, as I hope Councillor Clark is, he said he would wait and see attitude. I'm optimistic that that is going to happen. As for pendulum swinging, I long for the day when we can acknowledge that there are a number of pendulums that are swinging. One is on bail reform, which is a serious issue, and we saw that last night. The other 2 that I think we're missing, we're struggling here very hard around homelessness and housing. And the other is mental health, providing the services that people need. I'm going tomorrow night to the Eagle's Nest, which is a charity, mental health charity in Waterdown that is primarily focused on the mental health of children. And I know council passed a motion, thanks to Councillor Wilson, who presented it in my absence. It's a great program. It's an affordable program. It's a program that engages families. And its intent is to ensure that young children, between 6 and 9 and I think 10 and 12, can learn to deal with their feelings and learn to appropriate ways of behaving. We need to do a lot more of that. For the $7,300 that we chose to invest as a council, they're going to be, I think, between 100 and 150 kids getting mental health help. That's a step in the right direction. But the route we need to travel is many miles. Is just the first step. And that pendulum's a swinging. I don't see either senior level of government lining up to be anywhere near particularly helpful. And I'd rather see that the money that we're talking about invested in things that we know demonstratably will work. This isn't one of those.
Thank you. I recognize that Councillor Crutch has put himself on. Wait, sorry, things just moved. Hold on a second. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
I've put myself on and off the speakers list on this because honestly, I deliberate whether there's any value I think words like sensationalism have been used appropriately. I am in no way dismissing the fact that this issue of violent crime is top of mind for many residents. And certainly gun violence is absolutely shocking. The violence, the death, the violence, the trauma that it causes in our communities and the mistrust it also can generate is very regrettable. But I've also heard, we're going to use this to spark a conversation. My understanding is that municipalities in Ontario were mandated to get community together and devise a community safety well-being plan. And to date, that one of the 6 priorities in that plan is violence. And the provincial government has provided absolutely zero money for that.
That's right.
So I think, in fairness, this community has been talking about this for some time, but there's been no acknowledgement, no effort to legitimize that. And finally, if I do say it's always, in this environment today, particularly some risk politically for some bizarre reason to talk about evidence when it comes to crime. But if anything, the stuff that is going on south of the border, it's created people who, only nerds like myself maybe followed or read their policy papers on violent crime. You're now, even today in the New York Times, you're seeing sociologists and criminologists and former prosecutors in the mainstream media. And what does that, let's just look at what they're saying. And they've been saying this for decades. Successful strategies begin with the recognition that violent crime is concentrated among extraordinary small numbers of people, a phenomenon that the Northwestern University sociologist Andrew Pepper Christus has called the small world of murder. How small? The National Network for Safe Communities at John Jay College, on and on and on. Good for him, but it's the same wash, rinse, repeat. This is not a new phenomenon. But if I bring this up at a council chamber, heaven forbid, someone out there who's, what's the strategy? Seeking to poison the well is going to suggest that I am not sympathetic to people feeling unsafe. Nonsense. I absolutely reject that politically motivated strategy to try and categorize my comments. I reject it here, I rejected it last term, and I'm going to reject it every day as long as I'm here. We should be able to have an adult conversation, seriously, about violence in our community, community safety and well-being, without someone taking my words and saying, oh, she wants to unleash the darkness of all evil and violence, and she doesn't care. Absolutely nonsense. Let's get a grip. Let's talk about those things that create unsafe conditions. Let's talk about bail reform. Let's have conversations. Let's talk about the importance of moving on housing. But please, let's talk, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize that Councillor Crutch is on for a third time. I think we have. Okay, all right. Councillor Crutch for a third time, please.
Thank you. I think it's important to respond to one thing that was mentioned in the conversation, which is why we have the ability to go back on the speakers list. The Hamilton Wentworth Detention Center at Barton Jail, it's called, is a detention center. And I really think it's important that there's no misinformation or misunderstanding, however you want to understand that, about what it does. And it says here on the provincial website, detention centers serve as the point of entry into the institutional system. They hold persons on remand, for example, people awaiting trial, sentencing, or other proceedings. Offenders sentenced to short terms, approximately 60 days or less, or offenders awaiting transfer to a federal or provincial correctional facility. Barton Jail being full is not the reason. We have violent crime in Hamilton, and there is almost no relationship between the Barton Jail and violent crime in our community based on the way the detention centers work, firstly. And secondly, this is a regional facility meant to do this kind of sorting process. A lot of folks who are in there are there because they can't afford to bail, even though they've been offered the opportunity. They just can't afford it. There are all the kinds of reasons folks are in there, but it's not as if that specific facility is somehow emblematic of what's going on in the city here. And I'm with Councillor Maureen Wilson on this one. No one wants to see violent crime in our communities. No one. We want to have solutions to that. They've been on the table for decades. We know what they are. We can fund them. No problem doing that. And so I just really wanted to just make that note about the fact that I think we made really clear about the kinds of facilities that exist and what they actually do.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. I'd like to call the vote now, if possible. So we do have a mover and a seconder on this. May I have the vote electronically, please? And that vote carries 8-6. Thank you, committee. Let's move on to the next motion, which
Apologize,
is...
I voted incorrectly. I just wanted to correct that. I meant to vote no, not yes.
Oh,
Sorry. No one died, everyone. I just want to correct my vote within the 5-minute rule. I voted yes accidentally. I meant to vote no.
clerk, did you catch that?
So through the deputy mayor, I'm going to open a brand new vote just because this isn't it's a bit of a contentious issue. So I would like to just have everyone re-vote on the issue in the way they want, and then it's just very clear.
Thank you very much. A yes vote means that you are supporting the motion. A no vote means you are not supporting the motion. Okay, so let's open that vote again, please. Vote is up. And that vote is defeated, 7-7. All right, let's move on to 9.2. This is the forgiveness of repayments under Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing Pre-Development Loan for the Affordable Housing Development at 2800 Library Lane. Councillor Tattison, would you like to introduce your motion and your seconder, please?
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor, I would introduce myself as the mover, and my seconder is Chairperson of City Housing Hamilton, Board of Directors, Councillor Nan. This is the forgiveness of repayments under Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing Pre-Development Loan for Affordable Housing Development at 2800 Library Lane. I'm going to read some of the whereases, and then I'm going to go to the therefores because most of the whereases are described in my message afterwards. So, whereas Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing, formerly known as Township of Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing Corporation, a nonprofit corporation without share capital, is advancing the development of 111 affordable housing units for seniors on lands municipally known as 2800 Library Lane and 2641 Library Lane in Binbrook, with the intent to operate the project on a nonprofit basis. Whereas this project supports the ability of seniors to age in place in their community and addresses a critical gap in Hamilton's housing system by providing deeply affordable rental options for older adults in rural areas where such options are scarce. Whereas the city is committed to ensuring Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing and all other Project Stream proponents are treated equitably in accordance with the revised Project Stream Municipal Contribution Agreement parameters, which are essential to maintain fairness and to continue to uphold the principles of the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Hamilton forgive all expected and future repayments owing by Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing under the repayable pre-development loan in the total amount of $1.7 million issued to the Township of Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing Corporation or Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing for Affordable housing project at 2800 and 2641 Library Lane, Bimbrook, that the funding in the amount of $1.7 million be transferred from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, number 112257, for repayment of the loan issued to Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing for the Affordable Housing Project at the address before. Bimbrook, originally authorized through report HSC 22049/5CS 22070, and that staff be directed to amend the existing loan agreement and that the general manager of Healthy and Safe Communities be authorized to execute any required amending agreement and documentation to reflect the above change in the current name of the Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor and content satisfactory to the general manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. So we've heard today that there's a growing need for aging in place options. Accessible units for adults are needed. Seniors are the second fastest growing population. Supportive housing is needed for seniors who are often lower income or on fixed incomes. Nonprofit housing can help address this need. So I want to sincerely thank the Office of the Housing Secretariat Division for their guidance and support in advancing this project, as well as the dedicated team at Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing. Their passion for delivering affordable housing for seniors in Ward 11 has been evident throughout. And thanks to Lisa Burrows, Executive Director, and Harvey Wallace, Board Member, who have made their way and sat here all day waiting for this motion to come through very patiently. I appreciate their presence here and showing, again, the commitment of the board to support this. After multiple discussions and clarifications, I understand that this motion ensures Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing is granted the same opportunities as other nonprofit providers under the Affordable Housing Development Project stream. The original agreement predates the establishment of the Housing Sustainability and Reinvestment Roadmap, the Housing Secretariat Division, and the current Affordable Housing Development Project stream. Today's approval aligns this project with the city's updated transparent process for providing grant funding and forgivable loans, making it more viable and equitable. We know that many affordable housing developments face financial barriers, especially in early stages. Pre-development support through grants or forgivable loans is essential to help projects like this reach a construction-ready phase where additional funding can then be accessed. On behalf of Glanbrook Nonprofit Housing and in collaboration with the Housing Secretariat Division, I bring this forward for committee's consideration. Thanks again, and if you have any questions, I'm confident that staff are prepared to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. Speakers list is open. I recognize Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple of questions of staff, if I may. How many pre-development loans are on the books that predated our current plans?
Through the chair, Councillor, this is the only one.
This is the only one?
Yes.
Okay. And do we loan money for not-for-profit housing in any other manner, mortgage or otherwise?
Through the chair, there are, I would say that there are other funding envelopes from other orders of government that do have contracts that do flow funding, but as it relates to the city and our flowing of funding, this is the only one.
Okay, and to be clear, the reserves you're taking it out of is not taking money from other plans for housing? You're just clearing their docket so they can spend that 1.7 million on the new build that they are proceeding with. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. I'll support the motion.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. And I'm just looking, I'm reading about it. There's 111 affordable housing units, and these are for seniors. So I assume they're probably one bedroom or maybe max two. And I'm just wondering, out of the 111, how many of them are geared to income? Or are they just affordable housing?
Director, please.
So through the chair, and thank you for that question, Councillor. Again, today I don't have that information for you relative to rent geared to income for those specific units, but I can provide that to you after this meeting.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what they would be going for, and they're for seniors. These seniors probably had a home, they sell, they want to be, going to more affordable. So I really would like to know if we're forgiving $1.7 million in DC charges. I just want to know how many really are, not affordable, but geared to their income. Because we hear more and more the seniors don't have disposable income. So affordable might not be even affordable. So I would like to know how many of the 111.
For sure, and through the chair, Councillor, just to clarify, this is not in respect to development charges for this building. Development charges for not-for-profits and charitable organizations we're legislatively required to exempt those DC charges and fees. So this is not in regards to that. This is in regards to a pre-development loan that was issued before the Housing Secretariat or the Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap existed or was in place. And what we're doing here is trying to make this project equitable and on the same playing field as other projects that have been, the other 44 projects that have been submitted through the Affordable Housing Development Project stream. I will definitely, after this meeting, provide you with the mix of use of those 111 units and which ones are rent geared to income and other information relative to the building.
Okay, so this is a loan that we're given, and I think I heard Councillor Clark that this is the first time we've done that. Did I hear right? Or this is the first development where we forgave a loan?
So just to clarify again through the chair, this is the one project that is an outlier to all of the other projects that have been submitted through the project stream. All of the project stream and the municipal contribution agreements that have been put in place there are grant agreements. The current agreement for this project is a repayable loan. What we're moving forward with is to remove the current agreement and create a municipal contribution agreement, which levels the playing field with the other projects.
Okay, so we are giving $1.7 million for these 111 units.
Through the chair, that is correct.
So we're forgiving that loan. It's important to know how many are affordable. I think, I'm going to vote for it. I think seniors need this. I support that big time. But I'm just wondering, when seniors are telling me they can't afford their taxes anymore, and now they're going to go in a place where it's affordable, which affordable could be $1,600, $1,800 a month. And that's even more than their mortgage was. So I just would like to know more information. But I will support, because it's not my area, but I still think we need to know that.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. I think Councillor Tattison might have some answers for you. So Councillor Tattison, please.
Yeah, that amount has, during different iterations, it's varied, but I can tell you that it's a minimum of 50%. And that the other people that don't pay, that pay market rate, they are actually the ones who are subsidizing, because it balances it out, okay? So it's 50%, so 55 are,
So 50.
50% are attainable, or whatever you want to call it, affordable. I don't think it's called geared.
Okay. All right. So perhaps Director Lewis is going to get you some additional information after the fact, and then we'll move forward from there. Any other questions, comments, concerns about this particular motion? Seeing none, please, may I have your vote electronically? Vote is up. That vote carries 14-0. Thank you, committee. At this time, we are in notices of motion. There is currently a notice of motion in the private and confidential. I think I've been instructed to ask about waiving the rules now in open. So Councillor Maureen Wilson, if you could introduce your notice of motion, and I mean the waiving of the rules, and your seconder, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brad Clark, that the rules of order be suspended in order to introduce a motion respecting injunctions for unsanctioned events in closed session.
So I hope we're all clear on that. May I have your vote electronically, please, on the waiving of the rules? Okay, vote is up. That vote carries 14-0. Thank you. So we will continue moving on. Are there any other notices of motion that we haven't listed on the agenda today? Okay, so at this time, we are going to move into private and confidential. This will start with the closed session minutes from July 30th, 2025. May I please have a mover and a seconder to adopt the confidential minutes and that they remain confidential? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Clark. And this is a show of hands vote. May I have your vote, please? Looks like everyone, including Councillor Spadafora? Yes, thank you. All right, and that vote carries. And now I will need a motion to go into closed session for items 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, and 11.6. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Nan, Councillor Taddison. All right, let me read the thing, and then we'll do the votey thingy. So pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections B, C, E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, as amended in Section 239-2, subsections B, C, E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employee, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city of a local board purpose, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city of a local board, advice that is subject to solicitor private client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied on negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. We will require an electronic vote, so may I have your vote, please? Vote is up. Councillor Pauls? I think, yep, that vote has carried 14-0. So members of public are advised that during closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. This broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving into closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please exit the WebEx meeting and exit the council chambers. As well, any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. I will also remind members of the council, as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only. With the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera, staff from the office of the city clerk are exempted from the subsection 8.7 when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes only. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back to open session. We are now speaking about 11.2, which is LS 24-024A. This is a legal update on Burlington Street East and Rutherford Avenue and spills in Ward 3. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? A, that directions provided to staff in closed session respecting LS 24-024A, legal update on the Burlington Street East Rutherford Avenue spills, be approved and remain confidential. And B, that report LS 24024A and Appendix A respecting legal update in the Burlington Street spills also remain confidential. Councillor Nan and Councillor Beatty, this is an electronic vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Reminder to come out of closed. Vote is up. Yes. Okay. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you. 11.3 is PED 25213, the acquisition of real estate in Ward 11. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? That the closed session minutes respecting report PED 25213, acquisition of the real estate, be approved. B, that the complete report PED 25213 respecting the acquisition of real estate remain confidential until completion of the project. And C, that the confidential Appendix B to report PED 25213 respecting the acquisition of real estate remain confidential. Councillor Taddison and Councillor Jackson. This is an electronic vote, so may I have your vote, please? Vote is up. Vote carries 10-0. Thank you. 11.4 is HUR 25010, Human Rights Litigation Update. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? A, that confidential memo HUR 25010 respecting human rights litigation update be received and remain confidential. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Beatty and Councillor Nan. Okay, and this is an electronic vote. Vote is up. Vote carries 10-0. 11.5 is CM 25009, Technology and Staff Accountability. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? That the confidential memo CM 25009 respecting technology and staff accountability be received and remain confidential. Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Beatty. This is an electronic vote. May I have your vote electronically, please? And vote is up. Vote carries 10-0. 11.6 is injunctions of unsanctioned events. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? That A, that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting injunctions for unsanctioned events be approved and remain confidential. Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. May I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Councillor Kretsch. Oh, there we go. That vote carries 10-0. Seeing as there is no other business, thank you very much. It's 5:27 and this meeting is adjourned.